There we go. Greetings, VOD watchers, and those who will soon be rushing on over. Should get the first boards ready. So I guess VOD watchers, I'm just watching really feckin' cool trailer for a South Korean like horror monster action movie that looks fucking awesome. And just having that moment of thought of being like, I think I still love a lot of styles of cinema. I just haven't been given anything in that space, so I kind of gave up on it, you know. Kind of like how I can't get a Fanta anymore. I can't get a Lilt anymore. I have to eventually say goodbye to the Lilt. In my heart, I've had to say goodbye to cool action movies where people fight ridiculous monsters. Oh, what treatsy? Watto and welcome. We're just nattering with the VOD watchers. How you doing? Come on in. And Dustin, that's a first. A first? Oh, no, not a first like that. Oh, sorry. Congratulations, Dustin. That puts you in the lead by 2. You're at 4. Wolfcrad, Yeti, Caffeine, and PVS are at 2. Moose and the Mental Monk are at 1. And Little Fire, the creaking dinosaur arms maneuver. I wonder if you can have animated badges. No, that's probably too distracting. Wolfgrad, Watto and welcome. I was just talking about you. Catastros, hello, hello. Dustin, well, right now, still attached to my body and doing okay. I did soak him in the bath last night. I'm kind of somewhat rationing Dungeon Crawler Carl. So I'm only reading like a chapter or 2 in the evenings so that I don't just end up basically soup slow cooking myself. Dustin, Yeti, Fearless, all of you, Watto and welcome. Oh no, Catastros, I saw your post and like, yay for stable paychecks. Sorry you have to do the mornings. I don't know if you're one of those people that does better for early mornings. I'm sorry you have to find out like this. I'm actually not a morning person. I'm so sorry you have to find out like this. Legend, Watto, and welcome. This Little Fire with, you are barely an afternoon person. They don't call them afternoon owls. Fair and fair. I'm a loose bundle of concepts wrapped around a corgi. Look, I am proof that not all cryptids are lethal and frightening, but all cryptids are wrong. Built wrong from wrong bits. Anyway, come on in. Thank you everybody who was hanging at oh, excuse me. Thank you everybody who was hanging last night for Will's night off. I am still obsessed with Barony. I even actually played more afterwards. And I was doing real good, but then I lost focus. I procced 4 boulder traps to run me the fuck over. Yeah, I mean, Yeti, I have definitely been one of those people of, I used to need the sun to tell me when to go to bed. Okay, so friends, miscreants, legends, Watto, and welcome. Dustin, your point has been added to the wall to tell people what we're up to in a bit. Legend, those things are not mutually exclusive concepts. You know, you can be a dingus and a legend, but that's different from a legendary dingus. I feel like I'm explaining the Australian version of C-bombs, but yeah. Oh, Jamami, Watto, and welcome. And Jamami, that would be my disjointed and completely unfocused playlist. How are you? We've got some game stuff to talk about. There's been a couple of interesting little, like, points. It is predominantly a slow news day. It's a slow news day, which has been very emblematic of how everybody is reporting the Steam news in extremely different ways. I haven't even checked to see what's been on my my release radar. But we'll get into that in a bit. And yeah, if you weren't in for yesterday's little, like, cheeky little night off stream, nothing super exciting to report. I inflicted the Robot Jock sequel, Robot Wars, onto myself and Littlefire yesterday. And, yeah. Oh, Shitaru, Watto, and welcome. Hang on, let me let the folks know. Let the folks know that we're live. Okay. And Blue Sky can wait. I'll tell them in a little bit. You know? If they wanted to be here, they'd be here. Stepagen, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Come on in, friends. Come on in. Don't know why I said it like that. Numbers, Watto, and welcome. But yeah, I have no tales to tell you. My downtime has been Barony and Dungeon Crawler Carl. Sir Garrett, Watto, and welcome. Oh, Numbers, thank you. So yeah. I know. I'm super exciting these days. I'm, Okay. One of the things that has been making me laugh, well, everybody gets on in, because we'll do game news in just a second, but one thing that made me laugh something fierce this morning is apparently Kadokawa, the manga publisher, has been saying that they've seen a huge downturn in sales, which they are equating to the rampant saturation of isekai. And I find this incredibly funny. Just because, like, when it crossed my feed, it was presented as, like, isekais are the live service games of manga. And I was just kind of sipping my coffee and being like, Well, hang on. A live service game takes, at a dead sprint, 4 years to make, right? You know, we've talked a lot about Poor High Guard and a lot of others, but, you know, they started production in, like, 2021, 2022, right? But the speed at which manga can be created is significantly faster. And also, Kadokawa's the one publishing it. Like, it wasn't a thing inflicted upon them. You know, we now know that Sony and Amazon went super aggressive on making their studios pivot to live service, and then killed them off, and then killed them for the privilege. And it's like, it's very funny to me because no one made the manga industry pivot heavily to isekai. Like, and the speed at which you can see the sales and results, like, you know, I was under the impression that the whole thing with Jump was how, like, you had the Jump popularity rankings, and that's how, you know, chapters and the ilk and, you know, runs were decided. I guess Kadokawa just didn't do that, you know? It's very funny to see, you know, person lights crotch on fire repeatedly, and in financial calls talks about maybe setting crotch on fire was a bad move. Aeon, what's on? Welcome. Got to keep you on your toes. And like, the thing is, there's so much in isekai being dubbed as a genre. It's probably what, I don't know. I've always enjoyed manga because even when it's not great, because of the speed of its production, there's usually some interesting concepts. Like, it's rare you come away from one and go, wow, that was a nothing sandwich. It's usually like, man, that was bad. But that one idea... And Lance, Watto, and welcome. You know, there's lots of things that are very popular in that space that I can't necessarily recommend. And there's some of it which is extremely popular, which is fucking dog shit. But there's also a couple in there that are really good, you know. A lot of times isekais ends up being used as just a cheap excuse to turn something into, you know, like a revisionist history story without having to do as much world building and, you know, stuff around the character. It's just kind of fascinating. And because, like, we have no horse in this race. Like, it's nice to be able to look at another creative industry where bad business decisions caused a lot of mess. Unholy Glee, watch and welcome. Hey, this is supposed to be the start. Just every other time is late. Oh, Fred, are you down ill, or do you have a day off? Because now I'm worried. Watto and welcome. True legend, true. Oh, come on! Oh, from inside the house. So anyway, I started squatting. Ah, okay. Well, Fred, good to see. God damn it. It was my day off yesterday and we did peak. Oh, fuck you guys. Oh, good. Oh, good. I love this. Turds, a lot of you. Right. What have I got? 20 on the deck? 15? No, 20. Damn it. Alright, alright. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Okay. I mean, I can't say if it's easy or not. Still hurts. God damn it. Yeah, I'm not allowed to run up the escalators because they get grumpy. Okay. It's 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Okay. Oh, right. For fuck's sake! Because everyone's waiting until I sit down. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Okay. God. See, this is also the, I never like talking about isekai, is the whole, is this an isekai? It doesn't matter. Dungeon Crawler Carl is not an isekai. But then neither is Sword Art Online. Or, I mean, Overlord might be or might not be depending on how the story ends. You know? Yeah. But no, that's the thing, like, it is also why genres are decided by users when it comes to video games. In other spaces, I don't have to worry about it. And after a certain point, the what is and isn't a particular genre, it's really kind of a it's like an argument in semantics, because like at what point is it thematically? Well, so the thing is, Legend, in .hack and in Sword Art Online, in both instances, they are in the same world that we are, and they come back. You know, people outside of the world can poke them with a stick. They're still there in their beds. They're just trapped in a little piece of tech. But that also brings the point of, does it matter? You know? Is The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe an isekai? Christian isekai. Whereas, okay, this is one of the things that I like talking about, because I always refute, like, definitive genre definition Now, in other mediums, I don't have a stake in other mediums like literature and cinema and stuff like that. Those people can have their fights. It's why I talk about it in games. But it's the interesting thing of like, is so and so an isekai? To which I would be like, does it matter? Right? God, Isa Christ. Martin, yeah, that's very good. And Hovers, I try and stay away from music definition discussion because the thing is, music is a family tree grown of both culture and like events. Well, when we used to have subcultures, essentially, music's grown from that. The reason why I'm so obsessed with discussions about game genre is game genres are unique and have grown naturally with the medium, but not with a movement. You could make a case that what has been dubbed esports is a movement, not a genre, and that's where it gets kind of fascinating. But it's like, I can't recommend it, but like the Saga of Tanya the Evil is essentially like an alternate history story. It happens to have an isekai component, but the isekai component is not what makes it worth discussion. Again, it's hella into the weird. Is Hellboy an isekai? No! Okay. And this is the thing, I hate getting into this discussion with the wrong people. Not so much you lot, but like you can be absolute, you can like do weaponized pedantry when it comes to this discussion as well, because is Hellboy an isekai? Well, he's pulled from hell and dropped into another world. All right, cool. No, the Divine Comedy is a fan fiction. Because can you say it's an isekai when it's someone else's property that you didn't create? Anyway, it's like I said, it's a genre-based discussion similar to the like, is X a taco? Which does make it kind of interesting, but what's fascinating is that empirically it is difficult to define. Emotionally, users have defined what is an isekai, and they have said that there are too fucking many of them. I do think it's interesting because even in the last couple years, it already reached post-saturation point. Because you get to this point where there's genre saturation that spawns, usually parody is like the sign of genre saturation, because something has to have enough of a cultural footprint that the parody can also carry. Like, you can make a parody of anything, but if you make a parody of something that's incredibly obscure, no one will know the original works, therefore the parody part of it doesn't work. You know what I mean? The reason we don't get spoof movies like we used to is because we've lost that kind of like, we've lost monoculture from which it could stem. The impact of Scream was, international. So Scary Movie worked because it was a parody of. But we haven't had those kind of cultural touchstones in the same way. You could maybe do a parody of like the Mario Galaxy movie, but yeah. Yeah. Well, and Sagara, like, this is where, like, understanding the emotional definition of genre and the technical definition of genre, I feel, is an important skill. Like, it's fun to have those arguments of, like, you know, is It's Always Sunny an isekai or something like that. Like, that's funny. But being able to understand where genres fit emotionally, at least in games, I think is really important. Little Fire and I were having a conversation the other day about game recommendations and how people kept recommending Jess games that she hated or would have hated, especially when it came to streaming. And a lot of the time it comes from people recommending stuff based on like visuals or thematics and not what it's actually like to play it. So like, I recently refinished Night in the Woods because I did not remember shit about it. And I was talking to Jess about it, and people kept recommending that to her. Now, like, Night in the Woods is a very personal game, and yeah, you know, not everybody on that project was a piece of shit, but one of them was. However, it speaks to a very personal story, but it is a story about somebody who their parents paid for them to go to university, and then they flunked out and moved back home, and then tried to kind of woe is me around. For anyone that did not have the, let's say, the easiest of childhoods, that's definitely going to rub some people up the wrong way, even before the Lovecraftian elements start creeping in, you know? Night in the Woods is a...
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
What
our
the
4 reptilian
fuck?
heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Yay, what the fuck? What the fuck? You absolute legend. Thank you. Let's have a look and see who you hit. That was 13 gifted subs. You got Wet Paint Gaming, Spice Chipmunk, generic account, Risky Biz, oh, Delicis, who stopped in yesterday, Yuichi Kun, Midori Kamango.
You want me to do your name pronunciation?
Nah. Choco Horror, Not a Werewolf, Sean in the Morning, Luigi Advance, Branlar, and Hoser Greg Boy. One of my favorites is always when someone comes in with a cheeky username, mispronouncing it, and then seeing if it rubs them up the wrong way.
That's fair. I don't think it's okay. I'm not messing with your speech.
Everyone says hello. Oh, apparently you're looking dapper. Mendel Monk, thank you for filling the pie glass. Extra dapper now with the hair fix. Yeah. Yeah, Scotty, the
Stop that incessant clicking!
And Yeti, thank you for gifting a sub to Thick Thighs Save Lives. They do. Okay. No, seriously, Yeti, thank you. Like I've been saying, things are hard and times are tough. I've got coffee in my cup, and I'm extremely grateful for anything you lot chuck in, alright? So thank you. Like, seriously. But yeah. like I said, it was very funny to me because like in games we have the whole thing where people are. Hey, J post, thank you. I can edge. We have the whole thing where people are burnt out on live service games, and obviously literature is very different from games. A live service game that you enjoy means a lot of time spent, and that's cool. Wolfgrad, I can thank you. That means a lot of time spent on stuff. You know this, I know this. We've talked about it like 15 million times. The reason why some live service games don't take off is not because they're bad, but because they're competing with what you're already playing. You can have 5 different games that are quote-unquote live service that can be drastically different. And for one to displace the other, it has to either offer something new or different or better, right? I'm currently still playing, I got to play a little bit over the weekend of Arena Breakout. I'm really enjoying that. That is what replaced, shooty gun bang in my mind. And at some point, someone will make a better shooty gun bang that will replace that. But, Sea of Thieves ended up in rotation because it was so wildly different. Okay, bye. With things like, literature, comics, manga, etc., you can consume that at a much faster rate. One series, the amount of intellectual or emotional heavy lifting is only going to vary slightly. And true, Catastros, it's, WoW's momentum has kept it going. Warframe has succeeded wholesale. But it's also like the people who have been punting out live service games, like they made that call years back. Now, should Sony have commissioned 5 and burnt the studios that didn't do it? Absolutely the fuck not. What they need to do is pony up the cash for Bloodborne 2. But no, they were going to make 5 different fucking live service games all over the place. I was trying to explain to Littlefire what like the cultural impact of Lost was, and I've never felt older. I was trying to say about how like there was the first season, incredible, no notes, and then after that we kept getting more and more and more seasons of it, and that each one added mysteries, solved none, and then eventually the thing they said it wasn't going to be, i.e. everyone's dead. At the end, it was like, just kidding. Actually, they all died in the plane crash. And it was like, fuck you. It's the Highlander 2 draw. If you just watch season 1 and come up with your own conclusions, it's significantly better. And every additional series pulls you in with more mysteries that are never successfully solved. Yeah, Lost was a plane crash series, which a lot of people have pointed to essentially why we now get like proper good story shows for television rather than the syndicated stuff we used to get prior. I mean, I don't know if I would say it was the jumping off point, but yeah, I mean, it was wildly successful and it got extended long beyond the point that it was ready. Now we when we encounter things like Severance, those shows get time to breathe between seasons, but Lost, they were just banging those fucking things out. You know, then Lost ends, I believe Flash Forward was one of the other ones they threw around. That was, yeah. Well, Wet Paint, thanks for lurking. Appreciate it. But yeah, sorry, jumping back. Like the isekai thing, I think it's fascinating, right? Because over on our side, people made way stupider decisions with way more money, but it's fun to see it in another space because, you know, yes, you need to have a full plethora of different manga coming down the pipe. You know, what should Kodansha have done? Put all the isekai that were vying for a new slot in a room, snap a pull queue and throw it in. Whichever one comes out, yay! You know, I feel like Jump already showed everybody that, hey, don't have just, you know, shonen fight in your lineup. I don't know, like, it doesn't seem like it's fucking rocket science, but, you know, the fuck do I know? It does fucking annoy me that Warframe does not get brought up more in BizDev discussions, though. I'm not saying that you could just make a Warframe, alright? But, you know, aside from its initial bombastic moment, aside from the WTF moment, Warframe actually hasn't had an explosive, like, spike into the ceiling moment. I would argue until the 1999 update, it's just been slowly, like, gathering ninjas for a decade, you know? I would say World of Warcraft had its Burning Crusade expansion. Like, that was definitely the boom moment, in my humble opinion. Perhaps Frozen Throne, whatever it was called, Icy Arthas and his creepy castle. Oh yeah, and jumping back, like Scotty, yeah, I mean, it's easy to say now in hindsight, but yeah, you know, Lost was two things. It was an interpersonal drama, and a lot of what's behind the door mystery, but when we were finally told what's behind the door, it was the dumbest thing that we all guessed at the very beginning. Yeah. I think the last expansion I played proper was probably Mr. Pandaria, but I'd already started to drop off at that point. Okay. You know what? Unholy Glee, that's fair. Wrath of the Lich King will probably be the biggest, like, uptick spike. Because the thing is like, with something like that, it continues to gain momentum, so it's hard to point to a touchstone moment and go, that one. That was when it spiked into the stratosphere. Okay. Anyway. We do have some game news stuff to talk about, and then we can talk about old TV shows, new TV shows. And you know, Fearless, I definitely felt the same thing. You know, the Cataclysm opening cinematic being the conclusion of Warcraft 3's, or being the continuation of Warcraft 3's whole deal. I definitely felt after that point, the attempt to create an escalation from that it never really landed. Because after Wrath, did we get Cataclysm after Wrath, or was there some Faphomancy in between? I'm trying to remember now. It's been fucking ages. You know, if you ever want to talk about like superstar marketing stuff, then Wrath of the Lich King's what became its opening cinematic, but which is like essentially it's like, you know, cinematic announcement trailer, is still one of the best in the biz. You know, it is entirely possible to do something that is the sequel to a very overhyped, you know, beat in the narrative, and it's good. I haven't had the chance to even scratch at Witch Hat. I've now managed to watch the second episode of the newest of Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm having free time. I'm having a life. Will doesn't. Actually, so speaking of marketing shit, that is good. Right. I want to show you this. Oh, it was Cataclysm and then the Panda experience. Okay. Cataclysm is something that is worth studying from a narrative perspective, i.e., you know, the Lich King was always the big bad. And then the big bad is presented, and then the big bad is defeated. Where do you go from there? And, you know, their decision was to bring back an old foe and then break the world at the same time. We all know the reasons why they did it. We all know the reasons why they reworked the old world, and, you know, essentially using an expansion to cover the cracks in needing to, like, fix a bunch of legacy shit. But ultimately, like, escalation of narrative is a escalation of narrative is well documented in so many mediums. I still think another great example would be Stargate SG-1, and a bunch of sci-fi shows that had to introduce newer, badder, worser enemies from a place that no one had ever heard of. Hell, studies Supernatural. I will say, as I'm thoroughly enjoying Dungeon Crawler Carl, it might be one of the few series, at least to the point where I'm at, where they've managed threat escalation and they've managed it well. Well, Matt Dinnerman, who fucking wrote it, you know. Yeah, the tailor who was not prepared. But no, jumping back, like the Wrath of the Lich King opening cinematic with the slain king talking about these, you know, talking about Arthas at his birth and all these hopes he has for him being a great knight. You know, Arthas was the paladin twisted, you know, attempting to save his people, attempting to do good. He does the ultimate evil and becomes it. And then, you know, with Frostmourne having consumed his mind and soul, he slays his own father. Bah, bah, bah. Warcraft 3, it's still good. And then the cinematic being his, you know, this father talking lovingly about the hopes he has for his son, as his son, like, unearths a fucking ice dragon. Like, holy shit. Actually, this is apropos of nothing, but I will say that Warcraft 3 also suffered from that threat escalation in that by the time I got to the Night Elf campaign, care about saving the world tree? Not really. We'd already had the like interpersonal high stakes shit. You know, they did their version of Kerrigan. You know, oh yeah. Okay, so I want to talk about a bunch of game stuff. Some of it useful, some of it just kind of fun. I know I've been talking a lot about Far Far West, but it's worth noting that as the wheel is turning, and whether we'll see an AI bubble truly pop or whether we'll just see a slow decline, I don't know. But all the business people now feel confident like dunking on it, which is nice. I will say, kind of feel a little bit of a fuck you towards the Hollywood squad who have now started saying like, man, generative AI is fucking terrible. If you use it, you're bad. And I'm like, where the fuck were you lot during the varying writers' strikes and whatnot? Now that the wheel has turned and that the AI people no longer have money, now you feel confident dunking on it? Alright, fuck off. But anyway, Far Far West, the publishers Fireshine Games have been like, we reject any pitches that have generative AI in them because we know they don't sell. And I fucking love that. I love that. But I want to talk about potatoes. I mean, okay, I always want to talk about potatoes. Now, Fred, I will agree. Thrall was the man. Sylvanas will always be my war chief. And she got done dirty. But Thrall was the guy. He got to go out on his, like, fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi journey. It was great. So, I want to show you all this. Yeah. Well, I mean, Hoffers, some musician friends of mine have definitely suffered from, there's still some pretty entrenched AI brain rot in, like, management. Like, some friends were talking about how they did a track for a project and the guy sent them back an AI-generated version of their music with changes that he wanted. I was like, fucking kill this person. Sorry. In Minecraft, I would not ever condone bodily harm to members of the bourgeoisie who have AI psychosis. I would never condone that. But that's still going to be there for a little lingering bit, but the money is definitely gone, and no one's pretending like it's coming back. Anyway, I want to show you this. So this is Outward 2, and Outward 2 just announced their specs, including Potato. Now this is going to be launching in This is going to be launching in a couple months, and I don't know to what status, you know, these specs could be considered, but one of the things that I think that they have done, which people very seriously should be thinking about. Tesla Coil, hello. That they should be seriously thinking about is this. Oh, hello there. Shush, Potato. I'm gonna get stung for potato copyright. This is their potato trailer. So rather than putting out trailer assets that are, this is how the game will look. There we go. This is how the game will look if you run it super gorgeous. This is how the game will run on minimum potato spec. Potato. Now, I know that doesn't seem like a big deal, but there's been this whole thing for years about, like, you know, you absolutely positively have to be, you know, pushing fidelity. You know, if it's not, all right, easy now, flaming frying pan potato warriors. If you're not pushing fidelity in your marketing assets, then what are you doing? What this turns around and says is like, hey, you haven't got the money to upgrade your rig, but you can still buy Outward 2. You can still play it. Ah, Unholy Glee. Yeah, that's why we still got it. Like, this is something that is very important. Now, we talked about this a lot when the Killing Stone came out. Killing Stone and a lot of titles like it are aiming for minimum spec. It has to run good on a Steam Deck. That's min spec. Like, and yeah, and Tesla Coil, that's why we do, that's why we do pre-cached shaders now as standard in games. Sure, it slows things down a little bit at the beginning, but it makes everything else run way smoother. Pepsi prebiotic? No. I don't know why that's still making through. This is something that is really important right now. Like, if you are in English language territories, then we are all seeing a huge downturn in everybody's revenue, and everything is even more expensive than it's ever been. People cannot upgrade their rigs for new titles, right? So if you are making a game that hella pushes the envelope graphically, people can't buy it. The Steam Deck makes a nice baseline for hardware. Yeah, and you know what? It means that you do have to have controller support out the gate, which is important. Because like right now, we're not going to see a massive uptick in income for people in English language regions. That's just not happening anytime soon. We're all in survival mode, and that's okay. C222, what and welcome. The survivability of your game essentially rests on, can it run on everybody's rig? Can it run on low spec? Keep the price point low. Oh, and to that guy, Watto and welcome. Keep your min spec low, keep your price sensible, survive, essentially. As someone who tries not to freak out daily and quite frequently fails, I very understand that, And Scotty, essentially, the Steam Deck runs at a much lower resolution and predominantly at 30 frames. I don't know if it only runs at 30 frames, but but it is important. So as for game news stuff, for the rest of it, things that are important to you. Things that are important to us. Sorry, my apologies. So here's a little interesting one. CI Games are going to be breaking from their contract with Epic over Epic Store exclusivity. Lords of the Fallen 2 will not be an Epic Store exclusive. This has been publicly announced. Now, you'll remember a couple weeks back, as much as I think they're a bunch of assholes, the Stellar Blade team are dropping out of their contract with Sony to allow them to also launch on Steam. Now, there are loads of theories why. I think one of the big ones might be that Steam is the least intrusive way to get access to multiple international markets, predominantly the Chinese market. And I think that a lot of people have realized that if you want to survive right now, you've got to be able to sell internationally. So there's no amount of money that Epic could pour onto them that would be worth locking them into an ecosystem that doesn't sell. Dave Oshry of New Blood saying that, it's great that they do only a 10% cut rather than Steam's 30%. But 10% of zero is still zero. This isn't, I don't think this is necessarily people being like, fuck you, Epic, but just being like, oh shit, we need to be on Steam. So Fred, it's not that Stellar Blade is necessarily problematic. I don't want to go that far. But they basically ran a fake they leaned hard into this idea that Stellar Blade was being censored because of its lead character, which it wasn't. But boy howdy, they fucking leaned into it. And the Chuddersphere championed it. Stellar Blade is ultimately a mid... It's ultimately a mid third-person action game. It's fine, right? It's Bayonetta with nothing... It's Bayonetta with no style. It's... Now, we don't have a lot of those third-person action games the same vein these days, so the fact that it would sell is okay, you know? It has neither Devil May Cry's, you know, charm and wit, nor Bayonetta's, like, just, like, unbelievable style. But they managed to run a... I can't believe we're being censored. Who's censoring you? No one. But anyway, I often find this... Yeah, Nier Automata with no heart, Devil May Cry with no whimsy. You know. It is... Stellar Blade is Nier for the straights who think mayonnaise is spicy. And that's, look, that's fine. Every game can be somebody's first game. I ain't here to dunk on people's tastes. But I always find it telling when a team leans very heavily into the negative aspects of the internet in order to make a buck. Because, like, if you make a home for those people, they don't go away. You know, once you have cockroaches, they're hard to get rid of. And maybe that's just the community manager in me, but it's like, that's how you end up with a Nazi bar. But anyway, the important thing is that they're dropping their Sony contract so that they can publish on Steam. As Sony have said, they are not going to be putting their first-party single-player games on Steam anymore. So neither Saros nor Ghosts of Yotai is getting a Steam release. Which is a move. Look, Sony need to either adapt their business or deliver new exclusives, right? Breath of the Wild has been a very powerful tool in both Switch and Switch 2. It wasn't strong enough to shift copies of the Wii U, but it was strong enough to be like the killer app for the Switch. You know, a game of quality high enough and IP valued enough to shift units. Alright? Now again, Nintendo is a toy company and a games company, but they've maintained good exclusives that make people go to their hardware. If you want to play new Tamagotchi Life, new Pokemons, new what have you, you gotta buy a Switch. And they've set that precedence consistently. The problem with the Sony thing is they're changing mid-stride. They were putting their games on PC, meaning that users were used to it. And now those users are being told, nah. And that never works. Because you go, don't worry about it, you'll be able to play Ghost of Yotai on PC. Just kidding. No one's gonna thank you for that. What they needed to do is announce some very desirable titles that will be PlayStation platform exclusives, not PlayStation 6 exclusives, or 5, or whatever the fuck number we're up to. Right? Now, we know that they wanted to do a Bloodborne remastered, but FromSoft were like, not unless we have direct hand in it. Now, what that tells me... See, Bloodborne was in development at the same time as Dark Souls 2, if I remember my timelines correctly. Demon Souls did okay. Dark Souls is now a cultural touchstone. It did not sell fuck you numbers on the jump. It was a slow burn. It's still selling copies today. So Dark Souls 2 was kind of the step up from that, you know? Elden Ring did stupid amounts of money. That's the thing you gotta know. Like, Dark Souls 3 and then Elden Ring sold stupid amounts. Sekiro probably sold way more than it would have in the past. So when Sony went to FromSoft and went, hey, can you do us an exclusive for the PS4? They went, here's our price. Now they've come back and they've said, hey, can we remaster this? Here's our price. And FromSoft have been like, nah, pump those numbers, Sony. But Sony put all their cash into live service games, which nobody fucking wanted. So now FromSoft are actually in a position where they can negotiate. They're no longer just a workhorse studio. And Sony's not prepared to pay those bills. So their move is to switch back to exclusives midway through. You know? Whilst Xbox have changed their marketing strategy, everything is no longer an Xbox. I'm sorry, if you can hear my words on this Twitch.television, you no longer count as an Xbox. I'm sorry you had to find out like this. But they are maintaining Game Pass. They have said that they will be tweaking what exclusives are released as a Game Pass day one. Yeah, we are Xboxes. Oh yeah, except for now it's Xbox instead of Xbox. Anyway, my point being is, like, people have loads of things to dunk on Microsoft about, and I'm not saying they are the good guys, but their shift in strategy isn't jarring. Whereas Sony have offered something and then retracted it. I still remember during the run-up to Borderlands 3, someone promised weapon customization. Now, that was never delivered, but its absence was felt. Because we had been promised a thing that we all wanted. So, Unholy Glee, take a beat, take a breath. Remember that Steam gamified being a shit. The Steam forums are very seldom any kind of indication of anything. Don't let it get to you. You know, the Steam forums were already bad before they literally added an award system for the person who can be the biggest dingus. But yeah, it's just the thing of, if you promise users something, or if you imply something to users and then remove it, they won't go back. They'll just say, fuck you. Right? And it's one of the fundamentals. No, I mean, Unholy Glee, I have to spend a load of time in the Steam forums trying to check up for, like, generative AI shit and stuff like that. I often get accused of being one of the people trolling for points. Like, nah, I just shit on your AI stuff, and I'm gonna keep doing that. I'm not even sorry in a little bit. Okay. Yeah, joke's on you lot. I'm doing this for free. But yeah. Sony's battering down of the hatches and move to exclusives has been done in such a ham-fisted way that it will probably end up having a negative connotation until the PS6. And what they need to do is announce, like, a killer app that has not been announced prior, and that needs to be a PlayStation platform exclusive. The thing is, rolling out a PS6 push right now while everyone's fuck broke is a very bad idea. They already know that, like, the PS6 will sell great in Japan, but it will not sell massive numbers internationally like it used to. You know, the PS5 has been struggling. We've known that thanks to Squaresoft. Time travel. Square Enix. Sega announces the Game Gear 2. Yeah, it eats 15 D batteries every 5 minutes. And then your soul. It's just this kind of whiplash is bad and dumb. And I also feel that especially Saros would do great on PC. Like, Returnal did good on PC. It's just weird and hardcore enough with that, you know, roguelike titles sell well on Steam. You know? Yeah. Oh, and Fearless, it's more likely that they'll be putting it at an unreachable consumer price point. And at that point, it's like, you know, users will be seriously thinking about, like, what does this get me for an untenable amount of money? Okay, so, what else is worth bantering on? My emotional support Dreamcast music continues. What else is worth bantering on in the game user sphere? Down on the dwarf, Watto and welcome. And oh no, so Fearless. We were talking about this in Discord. As I wholeheartedly agree, the Steam box has a huge advantage. It already has one of the biggest game libraries off the jump, and the Steam box doesn't need to succeed for Steam to continue making money. Steam is already self-contained and successful. The Steam box, the Steam Deck, etc., they're essentially like simpler entry points into an existing ecosystem. Like, here's the thing. You know somebody who's going to get into games, tell them to get Steam Deck. Because, like, the sheer breadth of what they'll be able to get and play is wild. I mean, for Stardew Valley alone, so many of Steam's, like, top-rated titles are all available. Well, Minnesota, it's more the case of, like, because of the way Steam does its algorithmic systems, new users just see big, successful titles. Like, Sony cleaned up their shit, but, like, the Sony online store was bad. Fucking bad. And, you know, the Switch, like the Nintendo store on the Switch, is not better. Users can't just find the gold. Now, does this help games on Steam who are releasing new? Chaunerus, that I couldn't tell you. I haven't tried it. There are quite a few titles that have, like, Steam Deck mod support.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Are we talking about the GameCube?
Fuck yeah, we're talking about the GameCube. Fangoriously, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. Almost at 90 months. 9-0. No pressure. No pressure. Fucking hell. Fine, fine. Have your dab. Have your dab. Dice, Watto and welcome. How you doing? Papa But yeah. The interesting thing, like I was saying, is that you can't look at the Steam Deck and the Steam Box as being console competitors. They are essentially ways to allow new users into a very, very expanded ecosystem, but also ways for Valve to bypass like other companies upon which they might be reliant. Ah, and Dice, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. I mean, is that not the cycle? My terrible strong bad voice will live on, long after I have left this mortal coil. Someone is being fangoriously devoured! And it's not as bad as my Ringo Starr impression, so there we go. Okay, just quick other snippets of game news to keep you all in the loop. In the Kaiju Baby Piss Battle, Fortnite has returned to Apple devices, except in Australia. Sorry, if you're new here, we've been covering the Epic v Apple thing, and Epic v Google for years. We called it the Kaiju Baby Piss Battle because it's a bunch of, like, billion-dollar corporations acting like toddlers throwing piss at each other. That's really it. Like, it doesn't really affect us a hill of beans. You know, ultimately, Epic, under the guise of fighting for the little guy, just don't want to give Apple or Google money. They want to be able to sell V-Bucks directly to users without having to pay a cut of the platforms. Sure, whatever, you know. Apple and Google could go down tomorrow and I wouldn't shed a fucking tear. Now, one thing...
You may ask why the jug store is on top of a building with no entrance. And I ask you if you want to be jug banned.
Emmett's jug banned. God damn it, Emmett. Sorry, thank you for the 200. It's very, very appreciative. So yeah, one thing to be aware of. So Steam are changing up the Steam tags. I don't know if it's come into effect or if it is proposed. I think it's in effect. But TLDR, they're removing a lot of basically nonsense tags on Steam and adding a few others. So there isn't really too much to be saying. This does mean that how Steam plan on using Steam tags for, you know, events, sales, etc. might become a little bit more pronounced, but, you know. Again, a lot of it has just been removing things like Dungeons and Dragons was a tag, you know, Warhammer 40,000 was a tag. Yes, they do need an AI free tag, but I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, I know the reason why they have the AI disclosures, and that's because of the legal shit around AI. If it had continued, probably would have turned into a mess. Thankfully, it does look like whatchamacallit. It does look like the bubble will pop before it hits. Sorry. It looks like the bubble will pop before the AI stuff hits saturation. So I don't think we have to worry about it too hard. But essentially what would have happened is, had it all continued, AI-generated titles copying games would have started to cause massive legal problems. You know, again, like, Disney's not going to put up with people making, you know, fucked up shit based on their shit and selling it for money. You know, now, Scotty, do I agree with you? Absolutely. It's just the reason why Steam added the AI tags is so that when or if that legal bullshit did come down the pipe, they'd be like, cool, done. You know, one of the reasons why they were able to handle the bullshit with the credit card companies so quickly is that they've already labeled everything you know, sexual content is already under its own bracket. Like, it would be very easy for them to operate. Interestingly, we got a lot more stuff on the Kickstarter situation, and I'm just gonna say it like, okay, this is a Will rant, and you don't need to come with me on this opinion quest, but when it comes to implied censorship, everybody and their fucking cat has an opinion, and nobody looks into it. Like, over the last, like, week and change, I've seen so many boycott Kickstarter rants, and so many like, those fucking arseholes, I can't believe they've turned their back on us, what the shit. Whereas, again, what happened was, Stripe put the screws to them about sexual content, whilst several Kickstarters were ongoing. They had to batten down the hatches and then rework their legal verbiage to protect projects. So, things involving boobies will be allowed on Kickstarter. They had to rework shit. And, I don't know, just... like, maybe get mad at the fact that we have these huge credit card entities that can do these, you know, horrific sweeping changes to whole industries. Maybe get mad about that. You know, somebody ended up fucking quitting the log ship over the stuff with itch.io because I wasn't prepared to just fucking wail on itch for being dickhead. And I'm like, do you understand how small itch.io is? And do you understand how massive credit card companies are? And you want to get mad because these little people aren't prepared to just fucking die? You know, cool, itch.io goes under. Then what? Oh, well, you know, they should have should they? Should they? Okay. Play that out for me. You know, Kickstarter is not a gigantic, massive operation. Like a lot of the crowdsourcing stuff, it's still around because Kickstarter is small. Money come in, Kickstarter take their cut, money go out, right? That's the business model. They are not a gigantic super company that, you know, has the financial ability to put pressure on countries. What's a Layoshi? Exactly. The people at itch.io would be in debt for the rest of their lives from legal battles that they would lose because the credit card companies can just outspend them. And like, I know I don't need to say this to you, but I feel like I have to smack children on the internet sometimes and go, the legal system exists so the person with the most money can win. That's how it works. Well, how much money do you think itch.io has? They're not fucking billionaires. Anyway. And yeah, Hoffers, exactly. But again, when something like that legal happens, you cannot make a statement until you consult with your fucking counsel. Because if you run your mouth in reaction the moment something like Stripe moves in, you could say something that will fuck you in court later and then destroy all those people. Sometimes it feels like it's hard being the only grown up on the internet, but then I chat with you lot and I feel slightly more sane. I don't know what that says about us as a squad. Okay, that was all I wanted to add on that one, right? Like, I love Blue Sky. I actually, like, I enjoy being on it. I enjoy posting again. I'd like to post and do more, but, you know, that's another story. But what I will say is that it also, the amount of folks who will pop off but do nothing. Consider my gears ground. Okay, okay. Thank you for letting me rant on that one. I very appreciate it. I think that's really the long and short of it. We got to see some footage of what would have been the Knights of the Old Republic remake. Nintendo got denied a touchscreen specific patent in Japan, which is another blow on their Nintendo v Power World setup. Again, that doesn't really affect us in the grand scheme of things, because again, everybody has an opinion when it comes to Nintendo. Nintendo are just trying to block Power World from becoming a Pokemon contender. Not the game, but the franchise. For some inexplicable reason, PlayStation are going to be cranking the price on PlayStation Plus for new users. It really does feel like Sony has hit full oh shit, oh fuck panic mode. And it's worrying to see. And that's the long and short of it. I don't think there's anything else I've missed. You know, considering how much just like devastating industry news we've been having, like, it's nice to get back to, you know, theory crafting and discussion. You know, the big sellers that we've seen dropping of late have been as much, you know, huge titles as they have, you know, like indie success stories. Seeing Subnautica 2 selling well just warms my little heart. It really does. True, Scotty, true. It's only a little bump. I'm always... Because the thing is, like, any kind of price bump... Back in the day, right? Back in the day, we used to do... Any kind of price bump would come with something. That was like the fugazi, the justification. You've been playing for your PlayStation subscription. Now we're introducing PlayStation Plus. It's a little bit more expensive, but look at all the shit it comes with. You know? I miss companies attempting to at least play the game, at least trying to offer us things, offer us something. You know what I mean? As opposed to just like, whip, whip, more money, please. So Fangoriously, I don't know about that. I find that highly unlikely. I find that very, very unlikely. Right now, Sony's playbook is very much around releasing a new console. That's what got them out the PS3 mess. However, the world doesn't work like that anymore. I don't know. I don't like getting into the dark, because, you know, if you've got me on, I'm probably helping be a break from all of the fucking horseshit. It's just the PS6, until in the current climate, the PS6 would be so expensive as to be untenable. And the majority of consumers who buy a PlayStation console in English language territories would currently be priced out of it. So, unless they can work out something big shrug, you know? And Catastros, for those of us who are in the core, like, yeah. it's rare for AAA games to offer us things that make us want to jump in. Yeah. And Generous, I do agree. I don't think there's anything that the PS6 could really do to justify what will be a price increase. So, I don't know. Look, I know it seems like I dunk on Sony a lot, but it's just more the case of like, Sony are playing the old game of console video game manufacturing, production, and sales. They are still one of the big entities, but they also seem the most disjointed. However, we are about to see this pivot with, you know, Japan being back on top for single-player AAA titles. So, I don't get this mad scramble. But then again, once you have to start doing, you know, yearly and quarterly reports and shit like that, that changes how your strategy goes. Yeah, well, so Catastrophe, that is also the interesting thing, is that Sony have the least amount of first-party IPs maintained. You know, what has been really interesting is how they've turned Horizon Zero Dawn into one of their big, like, poster children franchises. Which, I'm not saying it's bad by any means, but Horizon Zero Dawn was a PS4 game, right? Where are the PS1 titles? You know, for all their ills, Microsoft have maintained Halo throughout the Xboxes. Perhaps not great, perhaps not well, but they've maintained that through line, and no one is better at maintaining first-party IPs than Nintendo, right? So, I don't know. Sega saw the writing on the wall after they fucked the Dreamcast launch, and then were like, you know what? We'll get out of this, we'll get into software, and they aren't the same powerhouse, but they're holding steady, right? You know, they've managed to take some of their long-running franchises and turn them into superstars. You know, the Yakuza franchise being kind of like a niche title, now becoming a big superstar, is wild. But that's what happens when you make sensible budgets, maintain your IPs. Like, it's so wild. It's more Scotty, like, the Dreamcast needed to do an order of magnitude better than it did. It was a good console, it sold fine, but ultimately what the PS2 did, like, Dreamcast, PS2. Like, that's the long and short of it. I love my Dreamcast. Great fucking console. I shouldn't say my Dreamcast, I don't have one anymore, but, you know. And we're going back into the history of it, right? Like, Sega tried a lot of wild things to make the Dreamcast pop that PlayStation was already doing significantly better, you know. I'm not going to go through the whole detail, because if you're here listening to me, that means you probably know this story as well as I, but then again, those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it. Nintendo and Sega got into a very, very specific war in North America, and that war generated a stupid amount of money. However, Nintendo stayed the course. Sega's counterculture campaign led to an amount of internal strife between Sega of America and Sega Japan. And then Sony came through with a console designed for the Japanese market and then marketed that exact console internationally. So there was no battle between Sony Japan and Sony America, right? They made the console for Japan, made it a CD-ROM focused console, because again, remember, the Saturn was too fucking... Oh, yeah, the Saturn was a mess. Did it run CDs? Yes. Was it a good console to make games for? Fuck no! 18 fucking days! Sorry. Don't even get me started on it. Anyway. Sorry. Don't make me get the hose. And yes, you did get the Yol. Oh, again, Yeti. Fucking ledge. It was like 14 subs earlier. Look. Okay, so. Miscreants, legends, homies. We can keep talking about console stuff. And we can keep talking about the, Sega internal setups, and Sony's marketing for the original PlayStation is still one of the strongest and most focused campaigns I've ever seen. Like, it cannot be understated how Sega was running around still doing the whoa, aiming to like preteens, young teens in this like, your mom would like this. And Sony was actually running around like hosting like breakdancing contests and sports events and the things that teens to young adults were like, that's fucking cool. Sony was cool, Sega just played cool on television. You know what I mean? Now, the Sega Saturn marketing campaigns are fucking wild, and like, once we shift into Rain World, I'm happy to talk about this whole thing because there were basically two competing products. See, Sega America was all behind the 32X, the bolt-on cartridge for the Sega Genesis, or Mega Drive, if you're nasty. Sega Japan were like, fuck you guys, we want to do the Saturn. So they rushed the Saturn. But Sega America were putting all of their eggs into the 32X, and then the Sega CD for the Mega Drive. So they were basically fighting with themselves internal. And when Sega America finally had to start pulling their weight and acknowledge and start selling the Saturn, they were they hadn't a proper strategy. They had a mess. And some of the Saturn ads are so fucking weird. And Sony had a strong philosophy, a strong idea, and hella strong marketing. And they just lost. And Sony started spooling up marketing for the PS2 years before it went out to market. So, like, things like the Dreamcast launched with a modem out of the box. PlayStation promised one. Didn't actually do it in the end. But the promise of PlayStation Online and the promise of what they were offering allowed them to body Dreamcast sales. Yeah, well, but Scotty, the theory of Sega of America, which also handled Europe, was that the Mega Drive has sold so well, if we can sell another console but as an attachment rate, like, that'll obviously do great. It didn't. The Tower of Power was a joke and users were very confused. But then the confusing shit around the Saturn didn't help either. The fact that the Saturn's memory port looked like a Mega Drive cartridge, or Genesis cartridge, ended up confusing the fuck out of everyone, because everyone was like, oh shit, I can just play my Mega Drive games in this. Because it's got the thing in the back. No, it doesn't. That was such a fucking misstep. Anyway. So I want to talk to you about this week, and then we're going to start some Rain World, because I really want to play some Rain World, and then we can come back to talking about this, because I love discussing this. Plus, a few years back, we got a huge amount of email leaks from Sega of America, and they were delicious. Like, it was all of the, like, Sega Japan, Sega America inter-office drama. So, this week, Rain World today, obviously. Tomorrow, I would like to play Shrimp Game, which we were supposed to play last week, and then I got enamored with corgis. If Shrimp Game doesn't hold our interest, I've got a very indie, very weird Kingsfield-esque title called Golden Heart, which I'd love to share with you. Thursdays for blueprints. We did the clocks. Fuck those clocks. Now, Friday night. We're going back to Zomboid. Now, we're doing this on Friday night because we can get everybody together. I know the Friday nights have not been the level of that we have had in the past. And I'm hoping that, the Project Zomboid Road Squad I hope it will be a lot of fun. Also, if you would like to join us for Project Zomboid on Friday and you haven't played prior, you are welcome. The mainstream team are quite far out from the starting area, so unless you get lucky with a car and a shotgun, we might not see you. But I hope you all will dive in and play, come to the Roadhouse, stay for a pint. Now, Saturday. This is the big one I want to talk to you about. Saturday is Subnautica VR. Tech pending. We did a technical test yesterday. Now, ages back, I got a hand-me-down Oculus Rift, i.e. the very first wave of commercial VR headsets, and we got it working. Now, what we didn't manage to do is get it working and then broadcasting out to the stream rig, but we think we can make it work. Now, it's a bit weird because it's controller and VR, and I do need to add some mods to it, and I do need to tweak it to make it a little bit more playable. But it is possible. Now, I think this is an important one to do, and I'm gonna be flat honest with you all. All right? No, I'm not fishing. I'm not complaining. I'm not asking for anything right now. This year has been fucking hard. Last month, I just scraped through to make rent. Bills are paid. There's gonna be a lot of rice this month. It is highly likely that I will need to do something similar to Snareway in the June-July months. And the thing is, I still owe you shit from the Snareway, and that's not cool. Like, there are loads of folks that I have encountered that will promise the moon when they are doing a donation drive, and then be like, yeah, I'll get to it. And I don't want any of you to think that's what is happening. So that's why I'm going to do the most difficult and or stressful one this weekend. Because I don't want to say goodbye to Longship. I don't want to stop doing this. I want to keep this going. I want to keep this going as long as. And the thing is, it's not like... There are some folks who have definitely disappeared. And hey, nobody owes me shit, right? The main reason is that this year sucks and everything is hard. That's it. Like, that's just the long and short of it. Everybody's broke. Everything costs more than it did. Fuck. At least I'm in one of those places with like a fucking rent freeze, right? They can't jack the price on me there. But yeah. It is very, very important to me that before it gets to the point where I have to ask directly for help, that the things that I owe you for the help that you have already given, that happens. So I'm going to go into my greatest fear in VR. Well, okay, my greatest fear would be Raft VR, and you can't afford that. That shit's like, that would be 6 figures, minimum. But I am prepared to face my greatest fears to keep things going. I don't want you to think I'm doing it as a spectacle, and I do not want you to think I'm fishing. Alright? And if you ever want me to sit down and talk about, like, how much the Longship brings in every month, where that money goes, what I do, I'm always down to talk about it. I don't wanna, because that's really weird. Yeah, exactly, Numbers. Who's got 100k lying around? I'm safe there. Yeah, well, Kakazi, there's also the thing of, like, if I can't afford the rent here, I won't be able to get another properly rented place. So I'll have to find a room in a less formal situation. How and where that will be and what that would end up being, I don't fucking know. So I can't promise that. And the one thing that we know about Twitch, if you go on hiatus, death. Like, that's just it. I wish it wasn't the case. Like,
Keeping you in a formal situation and out of business casual.
Ehrman, fucking thank you. But I promised, like, I didn't want to tell you this because I'm not saying this because I'm like, I'm saying this because I just, you know, it's easy to say that I treat y'all's, you know, time and money with care when it's being poured on from all sides, alright? But I think it's just as important to know, like, no, I think about this all the time. It's reasons why I can't fucking sleep. But I've gotten really good at barony, so, swings and roundabouts. You know, sure, I'm very stressed, but I've been reading a lot of Dungeon Crawler Carl in the bath, so my hair, super fluffy. And I'm getting really fucking good at cooking. I turn a little bit of money into some really delicious stuff. You know? I know I talk about sometimes wanting to do stuff or wanting things. I don't really. The one thing I want to be able to do is keep doing this for as long as possible. Alright? That's it. Well, and obviously look after little Cleona and make sure she has what? You know, make sure she's happy. Picky bitch. I have to say that quietly, she doesn't hear me. I had to get her the super fancy lettuce the other day because everything else was sold out, and she loved it. And now she's back to just regular organic romaine, and she's like, what is this? You know. Anyway, that's it. Like, Ehrman and all of you who've continued to put stuff in, thank you. All of you who are just lurking and irking. Even the ones that Twitch has decided not to count because Twitch is being a bite. Thank you. Like, if I looked super stressed the last couple of weeks, it was like the same time as I was like, ah, shit, we might not make it. We did. I got some last minute consultancy work, and I was just like, thank the gods! Was also the time Twitch rolled out some anti-botting methods, which is why the Longship 50 is now the Longship 40, because there are folks who are just watching in second screen that Twitch just doesn't count them anymore. Now, the Longship is not reliant on concurrence or anything like that. So long as y'all are here and y'all are having a good time, we're doing fine. Okay, that is it for Will venting his fears and frustrations and paranoia. Thank you all, you absolute legends. Okay. Now, you might think that after saying something very, very honest, 20 heat removed, that I would then say something lovely and kind to you all. That I would say, you know, I have wonderful things planned for us, like a beautiful Longship picnic, or I don't know. Longship day out. No, I have something extremely cursed planned, and Verdant Flow made it happen. This, in my hands, is a cursed object. Street Fighter, the Legend of Chun-Li. Unleashed and unrated. Containing both the theatrical and unrated cut of the movie. Commentary by producers Patrick Alalio, Ashcock. Okay, I cannot pronounce that gentleman's surname, but also actors Neil McDonegal and Chris Klein. Deleted scenes. Ooh, a sneak peek at an upcoming video game called Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Becoming a Street Fighter featurette. Chun-Li bringing the legend to life featurette, and Fox Movie Channel presents Making a Scene. Yeah, We're gonna do a watch party of that. When? I don't know. Maybe we should set a donation goal to not have to watch that. Anyway, so yeah, if you help to keep the longship going, you will help to inflict that curse upon others. I love bad movies, so this is like a pièce de résistance. Alright, Catastros, good luck at the new thing. Let us know how it goes. I hope you're doing good, and it's always good to chat with your friend.
Don't torture yourself, Will. That's our job.
Shitaru, fucking thank you. Well, here's the thing. I will torture myself with bad movies if I bring other people with me. The last time we did this, it hurt caffeine in a way that I didn't think a person could be hurt by a movie. And this is with even more nonsense. So... Huh. I never... You know what, Scotty? I never knew that. Which one was... Huh. So he's been in constant... Alright. Seeing him play Albert Wesker in... What was it? Welcome to Raccoon City. Was it him? Motherfuckers. Sorry, it looks like IMDb started doing a thing where it only shows you the highlights of someone's career, not all of their stuff. Cheeky bastard. Huh. Scotty, I had no idea. Scotty was saying that Neil McDonough, I think it might be, has been in shitloads of B movies and stuff because he refuses to do anything that disrespects his wife on camera. So no kissing or, groping of other characters while in character. And Holly was like, yeah, GTFO. Huh. Wild. I mean, joking aside, someone like Neil McDonough is someone that I have a lot of respect for. Hopefully he's not a shit. But he's what I would call a working actor. Like, he chews scenery, he has fun with it. But, ultimately, he works. He is in movies. He is an actor. That is his job. Not every role is masterpiece. I would say that there are quite a few of those like character actors and individuals around that but you don't really stop and think about. I'd like to say that good old Nick Cage is in a similar vein, but he also does loads of stuff as like low-cost charity, almost charity stuff. And Nick Cage didn't have to do what he did. He would have needed to declare bankruptcy, which he refused to do. And that side of things gets real weird. But he basically acted his way out of debt. Similar to Mr. Die Hard, Bruce Willis, doing any and every movies trying to create like a little nest egg. There's things he could have done. He chose that path. So I feel that's a different allegory than like a working actor who's just in everything. But I don't know. My favorite movie is Knight Riders. And it's predominantly because everybody in that, except for Mr. RoboCop himself. No, not RoboCop, the other guy. Fuck. I always forget his bloody name. Ed Harris. Everybody aside from Ed Harris were all working like stunt people, actors, fucking special effects masters and things like that Romero had worked with around like the 80s like film industry, and he just wanted to do a cool film with everybody. Yeah. It's also, Scotty, when I found that out, and also that he was suffering from serious health problems, it killed the whole thing of being able to chortle at those bad Bruce Willis movies. But we'll always have Steven Seagal, who's a piece of shit. His movies are so fucking bad. They're so fucking bad. Now, I would never suggest you ever pay to watch a Steven Seagal movie, but I would never suggest you pirate them. Because, like, they flit from wildly racist to... They constructed the whole film in such a way that he doesn't have to actually move or do exercise, except for that one thing where he kind of slaps a guy and then throws him. And it gets fucking funnier. The older he gets, the more narrative conceits they have, that the bad guy will throw away their weapon and try and judo attack him. So he could do that one thing he does. Fucking funny. Anyway. Has anyone here not heard me rant about Knight Riders? Because I love that movie with my whole chest. And it's not the greatest film ever made, but I think if I had to, that would be my favorite movie of all time. Like, more than Chasing Amy, even more than, like, Pat Labor 2 and, like, giant robot shit. It's just... It hits so many beats all at once, but it was only ever supposed to be, like, an excuse to just hang out with the homies. And Ed Harris, famous for overacting, overacts such a storm. Because the character he is playing is someone who has taken the fiction of it so much into himself that it is his core. Okay. I'm going to get Rain World started up in a sec, but if you want to go back to talking about Sega v Nintendo stuff or like movie shit, then I am down. Okay. Where are my slug cats at? Okay, hang on a second. Not quite there. I need my, wait, there we go. I need my slug cats. But anyway, just, like, as someone who enjoys, like, you know, schlock horror and old 80s movies and stuff, like, one of my other favorite movies is Screamers. a kind of adaptation of one of Philip K. Dick's short stories. That I can't say it's good, but I really enjoyed it, and it's one of those movies I still think about because, like, we've all grown up in the age of instantaneous communication, right? You can call someone, you can text them. Now, you know, DMs, Discords, etc. You can get hold of anybody at any time. So, one of the things that I find really powerful is, you know, horror or sci-fi stuff that takes place in that situation. And anytime when the characters slowly realize that that very thing they've been relying on, that instant communication, that belief that they know what's going on, they don't know shit, and it's swept out from under them. I hate the, oh, I can't get any signal with my phone as a hand wavium. There's a bit in Screamers where they're about to go into the home base, and they're like, wait a second, something's wrong. And they're like, hey, can I talk to this guy? And they go, yeah, sure, let me put him on. And the same voice person goes, hi, it's me, it's that person. And you know it's not. But they can see the silhouettes in the window, and they can talk to him instantly. So what happened? Right? Fucking great. The title of that one is Screamers. Like, and again, I'm not telling you that it is a great and perfect movie with no flaws. But it's Mr. RoboCop this time. And, you know, he is acting his socks off as this person who's been stuck on this backwater planet in what they think is, like, the front line of this, like, proxy war. But as the film unfolds, they've been forgotten about. You know, all the quote-unquote orders they've been getting have been automated. Actually, C222, that's a good point. C222 was just saying that The Rocketeer was pulpy and campy. It was really good. Yeah, Scotty, that's the thing that always hits when you're thinking about, like, you know, legendary actors and whatnot. You look them up and you're like, man, they're old. And you're like, oh shit, they're 80. Whereas most of the games industry folks, they don't make it to... They barely make it to 60. Turns out making games kind of kicks your ass a little. Or, Delasis, were you asking what this game is? Because this is Rain World. It looks like a cutie patootie platformer, and it's one of the most brutal ecology games of all time. And we're just talking about, I guess, old movies and stuff. Like I said, I got Little Fire to watch Robot Wars last night. The sequel to Robot Jocks. And it's fucking terrible. I might need to go get my little slug cat ass murdered, because I'm not sure where we were headed. I remember, yeah. Oh, you were referring to the film, yeah. Well, yeah. But as I was saying, like, for me personally, I would say that Knight Riders is my favorite movie of all time. Because it's like, the more I learn about it, the more I love it. And I really do think that however you choose to interpret, you know, their quote unquote like retelling of Arthurian legend, like, it's valid as shit. No! I thought I was clear. There we go. It's alright, it's fine, I needed this. Oh, god damn it. And a big stretch, alright, alright. And Scotty, I have been hydrating. Coffee's from water though, right? Alright, Dice. This one goes out to you! Hobbiter! Yeah. Delicious, look at. Drink your vodka. God, I haven't had vodka in... It was really sad. So I got out of the bath last night and I went to the fridge and I was like, oh shit, I forgot the water bottle I had in there, the glass one. I ended up chucking it because it was starting to look a little bit funky. And I'm like, damn, I should get some more vodka so I can have a water bottle in the fridge. That was my actual train of thought. Okay. So, oi. Here we go. So, we need to start heading to these question mark regions. So, we either need to head to, cold storage, or this one. Now, we're here currently in Aether Ridge. So, we'd need to go Shrouded Stacks to cold storage to question mark, or we head back to Nightmare region. And I can't remember if by going back there we'll start the spread of the rot, but yeah. Yeah. Except for Legend, Sobe was delicious, and it was the Sobe pink grapefruit and cranberry I was just obsessed with as a kid. I guess, and as an adult. I still remember going to somebody's office to just hang, and they were very surprised with the intensity of how much, when I saw they had that, I was like, yes! I'm allowed to be wrong, huh? But yeah. So, no judgment, but what are some of your favorite films? I'm not saying best films, all right? I'm not saying, like, this is some Criterion Collection fucking judgment. But, like, what are some of your favorites? Princess Bride, banging choice. Dark Crystal, abso-fucking-lutely. Learning that the Dark Crystal was not successful broke my little brain. Dark Crystal and Labyrinth. The Dark Crystal didn't do great, but did okay. Apparently, Labyrinth sold like dog shit. Highlander, great choice. Though I don't think it's mean to say that Highlander 1, that soundtrack did a lot of heavy lifting. ST, The Undiscovered Country. I don't know that. Aliens Director's Cut, great fucking choice. Little Nemo is what I would call a perfect movie. And, I mean, Shitaru, I would say that, I don't know if it gets discussed in anime circles as much these days, but the whole thing about how both Akira and Ghost in the Shell aren't direct adaptations, but kind of inspired bys. I was trying to explain to Littlefire why everybody's excited for the new Ghost in the Shell thing, and how, like, because it's not... Because the original Momorioshi movie is a creature unto itself, loosely based on one of the short stories, but its own creature. No! Run. For whatever reason, it didn't go for me. Apparently, I'm not delicious enough today. Whatever. Okay, we need to go this way. Alright, no more grenades for you kids. It's alright, you got it. It's extremely fucking dead. Alright. Oh, in this run, I've made friends with the scabs rather than trying to fight against him. Whether that is smart or stupid, only time will tell. Oh, I've got to get across all of this. Fuck sticks. Fucking Aether Ridge. Look, guys, if you're not gonna fight, just give me some space. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. Fuck. Okay, so we've actually got to go... Yeah, we've got to go down. That's fine. War Games or Pacific Rim. I haven't rewatched War Games in a long-ass time. Also, no one talks about how fucking awesome the War Games PlayStation game was. Which I think is criminal. Oh, fuck sticks. Alright, biff that jump. Fifth Element, also a perfect movie. But yeah, sorry, as I was trying to explain, because the whole thing about adaptations is kind of doing the rounds in, like, nerd sphere. The guy who made Weapons is making a Resident Evil movie, except for it's not a Resident Evil movie, it's a zombie movie that has Resident Evil in the name. And he's saying, like, no, it's, you son of a bitch. Come on. There we go. Guess I don't get my spear back. It's supposed to be, like, based on the events of Resident Evil 2. Except for dudes changing all the fucking details of it, but, you know, fuck it, whatever. Anyway. People are talking about adaptations a lot, and as I was saying before I got so rudely fucking murdered by that guy. Yeah. I know how to work the pipes. I know how to survive. The newest Ghost in the Shell thing is a direct adaptation of the original manga. Whereas the original movie was Momorioshi, who is super arty-farty. I love his movies. I'm a huge fan of the Pat Label films. Even fucking Avalon, which most people shit on. But that's another story. Anyway. Yeah, the whole subject of, like, adaptations is in. Yes. Oh. Alright, sorry. The scabs have got it, they killed it. But I thought they were about to, like, unleash every fucking explosive they had, and I'm like, nah. Yeah, Vershi, I'm sorry you had to find out. Also, are you back? Or is this coming to us live from France? Like, are we back? Are we so back? Oh. No, France isn't real. It's a bunch of French people with bad accents pretending. Are we so back? I mean, Sober haven't announced any more events. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. Which means they're probably not going to do fuck and or shit until... until PAX. Which... Then it's not Sober. Then it's just the unofficial Twitch meet. But that's not the story. Anyway. I think discussing adaptations now is quite fascinating because, like, I do think that Mr. Weapons' Resident Evil thing is a crock of shit. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be bad necessarily, but, like, nothing about it has anything to do with Resident Evil. You know? Don't bullshit a bullshitter. There are, you know, the zombies are running and screaming and throwing themselves off stuff. Alright, so they're Red Skulls? But, you know, that early into the Raccoon City outbreak, that wouldn't be happening. Also, Red Skulls need to suffer massive trauma to be able to turn into that.
Adaptations are cool and all, but I'm still waiting for a good subtractation.
I want a movie that could be called that just to be able to say it, because it kind of sounds like, you know, the literary version of like Revengeance. Oh, fuck you! That's death. You know, and because Markiplier's Iron Lung is coming to streaming services soon, I can't wait to watch that. Because, like, Iron Lung is the perfect kind of thing to adapt into a movie. Yeah, I mean, Jamami, that's why I picked the Welsh guy to read out our messages. He can handle Welsh place names. He's set. Okay. But yeah, Vershi, how was your trip? How you doing? Feels like it's been a million years. Haven't been snarked at in ages. Motherfucker! Not you, obviously. So what happened there? I wounded that lizard, and before I could kill it, the scabs got in the way. And on this run, I'm making friends with scabs. So I'm like, alright, well, I'm gonna leave it. The scabs then blew the lizard up and killed all of us at the same time. Fuck. Oh, so jumping back. Shitaru's saying both Addams Family movies, they do not get enough credit for how good they are. However, if you want a weird little rabbit hole to dive down, because I think the Addams Family movies is a great example of it. The concept of the 90s tie-in song. You know, that gave us such things as Wu-Tang Clan's Gravel Pit for the Flintstones movie. Oh, motherfucker! Oh, he just straight snapped my neck. Alright, this is going to be one of those rainbow days. Okay. Oh, now you hold fire on the grenade? Fucking coward. Yeah, the whole thing of the tie-in song I thought was fascinating. You know. God. You know. I do think... I do think it might be time to start researching kind of like the death of Hollywood as the superpower to understand like what's going to happen with the American games industry a little. But then again, like video games never had the tie-in movie and song. Most we ever had was like, you know, back when you'd have the Lara Croft spokesperson at the opening of a new HMV or something. Huh. Fuck. 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 Fuck's sake. I was trapped between two lizards. Whichever one I blew up, I was too close. I missed the throw anyway, resulting in the scav explosions. God. You know, so Tesla Coil, I don't know if you were there for my first run of the Watcher. We did the OG 2 endings. But, like, I was kind of going through a bit of a scav murder phase. A bit of a scav murder phase at the time. Oh, fuck you! Getting murdered here. And so for that whole run of the Watcher, it was just nothing but killing scabs. So this time I'm like, no, I'm going to give them pearls. We're going to make friends. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Pre-hibernation. I'm not. I don't know if I'm. I don't know if I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah. I have to admit, Tesla Coil, after the conversation with Iced and James, finding out more about Aether Ridge, definitely giving me a newfound respect for it. God. And I still keep thinking about, like, what would have happened, right? If, instead of, like, the paid mod workshop and things like that, if Bethesda had just turned around and hired all the people making cool shit for Skyrim and the ilk. Like, what if Bethesda had just bought the Fallout London team? Wait. Sorry, I need my spear. You know. Akapara turning to the Rain World mod community and being like, yeah, nah, we're actually going to pay you for your fucking time. Yeah, you're welcome, buddy. Just maybe don't stand near there. You let the grown-up slug cats do the murder. No, I just, Aeon, I can't check the link that you posted. So I was like, how did we get to SpongeBob pre-hibernation? I need that! Wait. Take my bloody spear. Oh. Well, Tesla Coil, thank you for saying. You know. It's always an honor knowing people watch VODs. Because it's like, you could put anything on while you're getting other stuff done, and you chose that. Thank you. Oh, fuck's sake. Huh. That is wild. It is a shame that Pantera turned out to be fucking bad. Because, was it? Oh, it was the second Sonic movie where they used, they actually used one of those tracks well. Fuck. God, I'm getting massacred here. Sorry, I'll make some more coffee in half an hour. Yeah, so Tesla Coil, I'm trying to... No one's told me specifically what I need to be doing for the newer endings. I just hope to fuck we don't have to do the Prince of Rot and then the others. It kind of felt like to me like it was sort of implied. There we go. It kind of felt like to me that it was sort of implied that the Prince of Rot ending is like one of the choices you can make endings-wise. And that whatever the new endings are, they probably revolve around, you know, more stuff around the spinning top. But yeah. Fez is... Here's the thing. Fez is still good. What was it? Jonathan Blow's game was never... You go back and play that and you're like, oh, is this what's supposedly had him, you know, written up as a genius? Yeah, alright. Oh. Sorry, I saw the pipe flash blue and I'm like, I don't want to get... God damn it! I do think I need to go up rather than down, so I'm actually going to use my stealth mode. You can just fucking deal with that shit. Yeah, I don't need to be here, I need to be down here. Okay, about to run out of stealth, so the rest of the squad can deal with that. You know what it is? And I know it's not a thing that we do as a squad. Sorry, whenever Fez gets brought up, there will always be somebody who brings up, you know, oh, isn't Phil Fish a bit of a dick? And, like, there are a lot of quotes, but, God, I wish people said the same thing about, you know, fuck. J-Blow on the constant. Because Jonathan Blow is knob-end. And boy, howdy, has he been riding that. He's been riding that alter genius brain for far too long. I think I need to go. I need to see if I can get across. You son of a bitch! You gonna help, or are we running away? All right, guys, either give me a weapon. Thank you. See? That's how you melt a lizard. I love the idea of this, like, squad of scabs following me into battle. Alright, Derek, whatever you do, don't get ahead of the slug cat. Oh, it looks adorable. What is he gonna do? Kill everything. Milk lizard? More like melt lizard. Am I right? Sorry. That was supposed to be cool. Anyway, sorry, yeah, you don't need me, smashing on. I can't even remember that fucking platformer he did. God. And I'm very happy we live in a world now where there are better puzzle games than The Witness. Anyway. I'm getting way off topic. Braid, that's it. It's like, and of all the folks who deserve to get dunked on post Indie Game the Movie, sure, J-Blow the most. Okay, sorry, I gotta work out how the fuck we're gonna get up here. Okay. So we are here. We want to be in that portal in the realm behind us. Which thankfully there is a shelter nearby. So I think that means we need to go up here and then across. So can we get up here? That's the first question. All right. Anyway. People are asking me how far I think we are in Blueprints, and I still think we've got a ways to go, but I think... Alright, mate. If I wasn't full, you'd be in trouble. There we go. And I'm trying to think of, like, what we're going to do next. First, Puzzle Sicko Thursdays. I don't know if you all have got any thoughts or feels on it. I'm thinking I want to do the rat line, because, I mean, who doesn't want to use puzzle skills to murder Nazis? It's, the root trees are dead, but with, catharsis. For any of you who haven't heard of it, so, the rat line is you play an investigator trying to find, Nazis who've hidden their identity and run from the Nuremberg trials, essentially. Okay, we're going to hit that shelter, if we can, yeah, and then we'll go from here. So not Mouse PI. I don't know if Mouse PI is much of a detective. Should shoot a lot of people. Also, just jumping back a few bits, so Mouse PI has sold great. In the grand scheme of games that are and are not selling, Mouse PI is doing great. I think that's wonderful. And Vanderbeest, what and welcome. Thank you for filling the point glass. It's really appreciated. Yeah, and Hoffers, Phil Fish liked to run his mouth back in the day, in those early days of Twitter when we didn't know just how damaging social media could be. And there's a few things he said that I disagree with, you know? I've met him, like, maybe once. He's just a guy, right? Oh, don't tell me I'm trapped in here. Ugh, how the fuck am I supposed to get down there? Oh, this way. Okay, cool. But yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, like, compared to some of the bullshit we have to put up with, you know, in more recent years, I'll take, you know, hey, could you do your portal thing, buddy? There we go. I'll take Phil's nonsense over just about anything. And Fez was a brilliant game. I guess still is, you know. Like, I'm not saying this to just be a dick. It's just that, you know, no one's looking back at Braid and going, oh my god, this was the game that inspired. Okay. Welcome back to the beginning. We need to try and find... We need to go try and find the portal out of here. One thing that was really cool was, I don't know if you saw that there was a read nothing bundle on Steam that had Fez, Blueprints, Tunic, and Animal Well, all in like a little collection. But Tesla Coil, do you mean like games industry, like when it used to be a little bit more cottagey, or are we talking about this region? Because I haven't been back to Sunbaked Alley in a long time, especially not with the whatever these new changes are to how infection spreads. This region, okay. All right, well, I guess we're having. What did you even hit there? Shit. I'm in trouble now. Ooh. You know what? We have enough food to rest wherever we need to go. And keep these scav idiots alive. But yeah, like, Fez really did have a huge impact. And to this day, I still think it's really impressive how there was a base gimmick that was already going to sell great, i.e. it's a platformer, but you can rotate the world, and you don't even have to, you know, once you rotate the world, you can affect the environment and shit like that. Like, whoa, that's really fucking cool. Fuck, I don't even know where I gotta go. I forgot how big this region is. There we go. So, we need to go... well, we can't get up from here without help, so we go... we gotta get down to get up. Alright, come on, lads. What do you want? What's the matter? You want to live forever? But then Fez ends up having this incredible, like, I don't know what you want to call it, like, actually, might as well eat while we've still got the easy access to food. Fez does this incredible thing where it goes from 0 to 1,000 in terms of, like, puzzles and solutions and fucking cool shit. No, shit down my leg. It's fucking slow. Oh, no, we can go up this way. Alright, cool. And I fucking love that, you know. We've been talking at... Alright. That baby Newt Newt just Jamiroquai passed. What the fuck? Ba-doo-doo, ba-doo-doo. J-Post, welcome back. That's what we in the business call a Jamiroquai moment. But now you know the answer to the question, who watches the Watcher? Jamiroquai. This weird little fucking hat. And hoppa. Nope. I fucked up. God, you guys are assholes. Just... These little leeches just wake up every morning and like, you know what? Today, I'm going to be the biggest asshole I can. Okay. Powerbomb! Okay. I don't know. I was having a big talk about, like, content in games and things like that. So last night, our good friend S5 Flair brought a raid in while I was having kind of a Will's night off, and we were playing Barony. And we were talking about open world games. DJ Coyle had made this post earlier in the day about, like, a platinum trophy should be the greatest hits, not the mandatory clear. And I agree. I mean, you know what? I still don't know if those rattle guys help. At this point, I don't care to ask. Come on, lads. Oh, fuck. Alright, we'll just let him have that. Remember, friends. Oh, okay. So we're going to go through here, because it's death in there. Look at everyone fucking bugging out. God damn it, Scabs. Out of all the people you could have gone for, you went for the fucking Newt. Alright, I guess it's my turn. Oh, okay, no. Oh, alright, time to fucking run. No, we're running. Mega... Got a Mega Millipede. Yeah. Okay. Clear. Mega Millipede is toast. So we need to head up. Okay. Ooh. What's next? Yeah, it was... Numbers, I was so busy, like, nattering with y'all, I would have gotten absolutely fucking murked there. All my homies say fuck drop wigs. Alright. Everybody in the crowd say fuck them drop wigs! Oh, fuck. And I dropped my spear. Oh, I'm in trouble. Yeah, we running. Where's the... Okay, it's up this way. Alright, see you later, buddy. Try not to die. Whew! Okay. And Tesla Coil, if you know, you might have to explain some of the new mechanics to me. Like, what's the deal with the purple plants? What's the deal with, how... If there are any changes to the infection mechanics, like, how do those work? What's the deal with airplane food? Okay, so we are here. Okay, and we're just gonna rest right the fuck here, because... Huh. Okay, so Tesla Coil was saying that rot spreading is the same, so predominantly caused by emergency teleports in the ilk, and airplane food is extra flavored because the sense of smell at is attuned to altitude. Huh. Void trees are an addition to something you may have seen, but procking void trees isn't going to fuck our shit up, right? Even though I did just spread the rot to the rusted wrecks. Fuck. I don't want to spread the rot. I don't wanna. say you can't stop the rot. And I hate that they may be right. So yeah, I guess at this point we're just running around trying to find the little baby Echo. Okay. So, it's okay to fuck with the void trees. That's not gonna fuck our run, right? Oh, you fucking frog bastards. Alright, time to show these kids how to hunt a lizard. Ah, fuck! God damn it. I didn't have a spear to free that other... Oh well. We tried. Huh. So, except, notably tomatoes. Tomatoes aren't affected by, altitude when it comes to smell. So that's why they said Bloody Marys. Oh. Okay. There is a point, I think, where... There is a point in everybody's life where I think they talk, whether with any level of seriousness or sincerity about it, but about, you know, like, working in local government. I have no intention of doing thusly. You know, I'm a lot calmer than I was as a youth, but I'm not prepared to give up the entirety of my smash the state philosophies. Anyway. The alcohol laws in Seattle suck. Airports are not places, and you should be able to get a Bloody Mary at any point. Because some of us just want to have a bevy and sleep on a plane. Oh, well, it's, you know, 4 o'clock in the morning. I know it's 4 o'clock in the morning, Derek. I have a watch. Do you want to know I need, Derek? I need a fucking Bloody Mary so I can sleep on this plane. But Washington liquor laws? Great. Brilliant. Yeah, it's always 4 PM somewhere. Oh, that's a lot of peaches. Exactly. A complimentary drink. You can get one when I'm in the air. Oh. I forgot how lovely some of the jams are in this. Rain world music to be fucking cool about shit too. Okay, buddy, you need to give me a spear. Right. One of you, give me a spear. Thank you. Rot hasn't fully infected this region yet, so it's not a complete shit show. Hope it stays that way, you know. That's a huge bitch! She can only say about millipedes, not people. Yeah, who's eating who here, buddy? Are the blue lizards eating them? I'm a little worried about what will happen if one of you gets loose. So I'm just going to go the other way, and y'all can fight over the scraps. Yeah, the blues are eating good today. See, Aeon. Hey!
Classic Frankie Boy line, we will shortly be landing at Glasgow Airport. Passengers are reminded to take their belongings and to reset their watches back to 50 years ago.
Sorry, I'm laughing because, as I said, we watched Robot Wars, the Robot Jock sequel yesterday, and one of the fucking narrative conceits is that they're taking mech rides to visit... Oh, fuck. Missed a shot. There we go. Gotcha! Oh, don't get grumpy. When you all make the kills, you can have your shit back. He's mad because I took too much of his shit. I'll have to pay him off later. Where? Look. You want slug pack? You want slug cat protection? You pay slug cat prices. I can't remember if these things are something I have to worry about. Like, I can't remember if these guys are like the... I can't remember if they're like the frogs, in that I absolutely need to freak the fuck out if they get near me. Oh, something's crying. Am I the baddie? Tesla Coil, did we ever... I say we. Did, you know, the Rain Worlds community as a squad ever work out how the fuck to eat watermelon in this game? Okay, dear this guy, I'm gonna need you to fuck off. You, sir, are not invited to this party. God damn it! Now I remember this region. The realm of... Is that a platform? That's not a platform. Okay. Was it dropping onto a high enough point onto it? Maybe? Is it just like a gourmand special? I mean, I brought a little midnight snack with me, so it's not like we need... Anyway, jumping back. What were we talking about before I made the joke about, what's the deal with airplane food? We haven't checked this way. Because we are just kind of exploring. Oh, just all I was going to add is that I'm one of those folks that, like, drinking at any time before 5, maybe 6 p.m., I'm going for a snooze. That is nap time. Lovely. Honestly, like, edible-based snoozing as well. Decadent. Only problem is I have the weed tolerance of a toddler, so just, you know, an edible and, you know, I'm out for the day. Huh, that's fascinating. Simple Chaos was saying that Jägermeister knocks him right out. Huh. I mean, it's something I do like talking about, is that, you know, alcohol isn't just like numerical values. Different kinds of alcohol affect you in very, very different ways. Even if, like, you know, if one is a lower APV, it can still end up being more, I'm going to say effective. That feels like the wrong way to look at it, but... yeah, it's different kinds of alcohol are almost like different elements. They can have... No! Leave me alone! Damn it. I want him to crack into these dickheads. I don't know why he's so nervous. He's a gigantic death engine on hermit murder legs. I'm just a little guy. Don't look at my kills. Ooh. Whoever just exploded and gave me tools. You know what? I appreciate that lizard's tenacity. There we go. Thanks, buddy. Okay, I'm gonna get past you anyway. Harder for them to zap me while they're still doing shit. Hey guys. Oh wow, they kicked a lot of ass down here. Oh, except for you. No! Fuck! Why didn't you brick him? Scabs, a little help. Guys. Little help!
Scavs, oh no. That's slug cut. I really like them. Anyways.
Oh no, it's Melanie. She's right, she's quite nice. Alright, I think I'm just going to have to admit defeat on that one. That bastard's not letting go. Okay, and it's fine. We're still exploring the region. Ah, alright. Fuck. Please don't hate me. I didn't mean to hit your body. He was in the line of fire. I did my best. Simple Chaos, thank you for the 200, friend. Like, seriously. well, I didn't help that situation, and these scavs now probably want to kill me, but that's fine. We cool? We are absolutely not cool. I guess I used that grenade I had in my stomach, which is a normal thing to say in a game of Rain World. Try and find some more pearls or something, just be able to pay the scabs off. Because if I succeed, they are going to be pissed at me. No, no, no. Hadouken! Ah, oh, no way! You saw that throw, right? Ah, oh, that should have been straight in that bastard's noggin. Oh! Man, lightning guys are not happy. Oh, what's that, Invisilizard? Getting eaten by the leeches? Mmm, how's that delicious irony taste? Seasoned with your salty tears. Is it me, or did that scav just throw himself into that lizard's mouth? All right. Okay, let's see if we can save some of these dickheads. There we go. Oh, it's nice to see the leeches are super fucking casual when they're eating anyone that's not me. Oh, sorry, and Wolf, Watto, and welcome. Alright, well, whatever else was we were nattering about, I've partially forgotten. I kind of don't want to finish him off. I kind of want the leeches to do it. Guess who can't breathe underwater? It's you, you invisible bastard! Try as you may and try as you might, all you can do is struggle and fight. Am I the baddie? Oh, you son of a bitch! I just got scav-assassinated! Son of a He was... So I turned myself invisible so that we could sit and watch the lizards get eaten by the leeches. You know, have a little bit of schadenfreude with our afternoon tea. I may actually make some more coffee in just a second. Fuck off. He knows you've been skipping leg day! Okay, Avenger, you can have them, but I'm gonna make some coffee. And yeah, so the scav couldn't see me because I turned invisible. Went to throw a spear, missed the lizards, cracked me right in the side of the fucking skull, or whatever it is that slug cats have to keep their tiny, tiny brains. All right. All right. Okay. You know, for the quote-unquote Will's night off, I still had to do fucking 50 squats last night. Oh. Thankfully, I had a long old soak in the bath while I was reading Dungeon Crawler Carl, but damn. Okay, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, And 5. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna pee and make coffee. In that order specifically. I'll be back with you all in just a second, so don't go anywhere. And let's see if we can find where this fucking Echo is hiding. Or at least find the next place we need to go on the map. Little worried that I've spread the rot. Hopefully it's fine. Right? Right? Yeah, don't do anything interesting while I'm gone. That's a rule. Sorry about that. I keep forgetting that it's going to start rumbling and whatnot. So I haven't been able to do much in the way of like Gundam building and like hobby stuff, just because life, right? And I think that's partially why I've been getting so into cooking this year. Vanderbeest, I couldn't possibly comment. But I have been getting super into cooking over the last like year and change. And so I've been trying to perfect this like slow cooked pork recipe. Last time I got to go to GDC, I had these incredible like roasted pineapple pork street tacos that I've just been dreaming about since. I've been trying to emulate them ever since. Probably Aeon. But we got a really good deal on a fresh pineapple. So right now in the slow cooker, we've got pork shoulder in a enchilada sauce with a crap load of spices, marinating with that. Slow cooking with that and fresh pineapple. Tassaquil, I have no skill for baking. Baking's precision, right? Because I'd love to be able to make a rhubarb crumble. But it's just a different skill set than the one I'm working on. And knowing me, it's probably something I'll end up fucking with, but like... and that they do, Dice. That they do. And fucking tasty, and they do it. As they do it. But you know, one of the things I like about cooking is that, you know, I was led to believe I did not know how to cook. It turns out I actually did know how to cook. It's just well, I did know how to cook. Well, that's just the long and short of it. And since learning that, and I don't know, experimenting with the different styles of cooking and things like that, I've been having a great time.
This stream brought to you by pineapples. Pineapple, the fruit, okay, berry, that eats you back.
Is a pineapple technically a berry? And yes, it does digest you back. The thing that Dice was talking about, the quote-unquote enzymes in it, you know, essentially break down the meat, and it's real fucking tasty. But also using, like, you know, a little bit of brown sugar and stuff like that. You guys super dead. To maintain a kind of sweetness. Sometimes that's what you have to do to clean house. Nice to see Scav Squad being fucking useless again. How do you guys even get paid? Just kind of exploring as best I can as well. Anyway, so TLDR is trying my pineapple pork recipe with fresh cut pineapple is either going to be meh or it's going to be god tier, and I'm happy to find out which, you know. Yeah. Huh. So biologically speaking, pineapples are berries. It's fascinating. Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad. This poor guy. You know what? I'm just going to put him out of his misery. The fact that you can actually pin lizards, 2 wolves, so some of the smaller lizards is so fucking wild. I see you there, you invisible twat. Fine. Go hungry upstairs. See if I care. Ah, shit. Water. Ah, poo. Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, slug cat. Wolfos, yeah. We're all just fish swimming in a great big fish tank called life. But not all of us are business fish. And that's what you got to ask yourself at the beginning of the day. Are you a fish or are you a business fish? What's up, lads? I'm just gonna... Sorry, I guess for those of you who are just here for Rain World, I'm obsessed with Blueprints, which we're playing every Thursday, and there's a fish. Okay, look. I know you're gonna do your weird shit. You know you're gonna do your weird shit. Just get it over with. And yeah, that's where the business fish comes from. Because he's my buddy, he's business fish. He knows what's up. The fact that he hasn't been credited with being like the genius behind the estate, I think is disrespectful. Also, we talked about this a little last week. No one else seems as excited about Rain World 2 as me. Like, maybe everybody in Rain World community core, maybe, did you all already have your, like, your moment? But... it just says I refuse to get started without proof. But we had, you know... proof we got. Okay. I see what you mean. The words are not a promise by themselves. Well, so Tesla Coil, that's the thing. As Andrew has said, we're getting another Rain World game. Sorry, we're getting more Rain World content. And predominantly, we are getting... whatever we get next in the world of Rain World will be a standalone experience. That is what we know. Oh, you can fuck all the way off. You can have some corpses. Leave me the fuck alone. In fact, have that corpse. I need to get the fuck out of here anyway. It's looking a bit nasty over this way. Oh. It's looking a bit... I gotta fucking find somewhere to sleep over here. Who's? Oh, fuck off! God fucking damn it. I thought the lizard was trying to get into the pipe to get away from the rain, and it wasn't. It was just doing lizard shit. It's the slug cat's dilemma, being so tasty. But yeah, okay, so if you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, we got talking to Andrew, who's one of the main squad still making... sorry, I shouldn't say still making. With Rain World, sorry, with Video Cult, there are currently... 2 teams. Now, I don't know if the Rainworld squad are considered part of Video Cult or what have you, but TLDR is one squad is working on Airframe Ultra, a PS1 inspired like cyberpunk racing game, which looks really fucking cool. Oh yeah, I really didn't explore this area proper because I got all... It looks really cool. No, there will not be slug cats in Airframe Ultra. Whether or not it has anything to do with Rainworld, I don't know. Honestly, if I were advising them, I would say, nah, just do what you feel. You know, Rainworld has done very, very well and supports them doing a new creative endeavor. Because the way Akapura have structured things, they brought on a bunch of people who were very prolific in the modding community to be the continued, you know, stewards of Rainworld going forward, which was really fucking smart. I had a feeling this was the case, but it was nice to learn the actual ins and outs. Alright. Easy now. I'm gonna get caught in the crossfire. Again! You stabby bastards. But yeah, so in that regard, I still don't know if, like, Andrew and the squad who are working on Rainworld now are considered part of Akapura. Or if they are considered part of... Shit. I gotta do the swim. I don't want to swim. Alright, sorry, lads. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Oh, that's a lot of leashes. Okay, we're alright, we're alright. Anyway, the... Sorry. Well, I'm trying not to get myself fucking eaten here. I'm trying to... Anyway, so whilst we were doing our little Rainworld interview last week, or week before... Jesus, fuck you, time travel. Anyway, while we were doing our little Rainworld interview, Andrew told us that, you know, the current team who work on Rainworld are doing more content, which will be very good. And that content... No! Fuck off! That content is going to be standalone. What that means is that whatever happens next for Rainworld, it will be in a different SKU, essentially, a different game. Now, throughout the universe, we have had multiple times where teams have created standalone expansions. And those can take a myriad of different forms. And that's really fucking cool. But with Rainworld being as successful as it is, and with the amount of content, and the possibility of essentially changing things within Rainworld, because, you know, one thing that Andrew did talk about is just the sheer amount of, like, legacy debt in Rainworld, which is really fucking understandable, you know, because it was pretty much just Chua for so long. Rainworld, the scavenger. That could be very fucking cool. Okay. Some days you just gotta make a wee slugcat's eyes go purple. Rainworld devs depriving us of Battle Pass experience. I know. It honestly, just selfish of them. You know, the children, they yearn for the battle passes. They don't even know that they want slug cats. But yeah, so I would say that once the team, I don't want to say freed from, right? Rain World is a very unique game. And what is its legacy debt is also its... Oh, you son of a bitch. Fuck sticks. Can I borrow any of your grenades real quick? What's an idea that Nightcat could go on an adventure to Scab City? Canonize Nightcat again. He deserves it. The fuck was I saying? Oh yes, oh yes. So, no. Sorry, the Scav. There's a drop wig right in the middle there. I want the Scav to set it off, but I can't remember if drop wigs can swim. Can, just not well. All right. Yeah, get fucked, mate. Oh, we're back here. Huh. Curious. Just trying to avoid the bastards as best we can. Anyway, look, TLDR, I think that once the new Rain World squad, new's not even really fair either. The current Rain World squad, fuck you, are able to create something from the ground up, I think we're going to end up in a Silk Song situation, right? They're going to be able to start from scratch and tweak and change things for whatever new experience they're throwing in that doesn't have to... It doesn't have to interact with what they've made so far. The Watcher had a lot of weird little like bugs at launch, right? Now, that's not bugs because they built buggy software. It's bugs because they were essentially building on top of so much existing legacy stuff, right? Okay, I think we're just going to keep heading right. I think that's the path for us. Lads. Oh. Seems the drop wigs have decided to be bastards. Oh, and frogs as well. Anything worse than drop wigs. Alright. I can't help if you lads are going to do fucking shield wall. I can deal with their own problem. Every game gets an ice-themed DLC. Sub-Zero Nautica. World Cat 2. Look, I'll take an ice level over a fucking sewer level any day. Everyone's like, oh, it's back in the day. It was so much better. No, it wasn't. We had awful sewer levels that were dark and grey-brown and boring as piss. And usually brutal. Ooh, is that an exploding stick? Don't mind if I murdery-do. Alright, if you want to... the poll will take too long. If you want to place bets on how long between using this thing and then exploding myself we get, place your bets now on your teletext devices. Yeah, whoa! The sign of a good sewer level was the sign of brilliance. Half-Life had good sewer levels. I mean, the reason we had sewer levels is not difficult to understand. In an era when it was really easy to make grey-brown stuff, a whole-ass grey-brown level with limited lighting and limited reason for, like, assets, you know, was very powerful. Fucking leeches, man. Project Silverfish. Now there's a Yeti. Have fun dealing with that. Hey, and the no, we're homies. Pointing your spears at me. I'm here to save the day. Ow. I'm the guy. The rain-worldy guy.
Was listening from the kitchen. I'd get the cyberpunk racing game drop a nod to something that went wrong in another star system with a prototype racer engine, ripping holes through space and time, and completely changing the water ecosystem.
Okay, that's kind of cool. You know, I actually haven't looked into Airframe Ultra and what its quote-unquote plot might be. Wouldn't be surprised if it ends up doing something cool. Be kind of rad. And Scotty, seriously, thank you for the bits, mate. Tesla Coil, I see what you're saying, and I understand your logic. Sewer levels are filler, right? They are we need to bulk this game out. I guess it's sewer time. We need a narrative reason to get the players from location A to location B, but we don't want to pay for a cool location. Like, that's the long and short of it. Damn it. It was a waste, but we need to go this way anyway. Because I don't want to go down the water path. Yeah, you can avoid making music for sewers, you can pad it out. You know, it was just another of those things that, you know, it's also, like, friends, whenever we're talking about, like, you know, games industry shit, I think it's important to, like, know and understand this stuff. I think it really does have a value. I am not one of those people that believes that, you know, if you know about games, it makes you like them less. I think it makes you less patient of the games that suck. Oh, these little guys. Sorry, buddy. Oh, fuck off! Alright, maybe we'll get away. There's a lot of scavs here. So, like, I know I was talking about this earlier on. No, that's death. I know we were talking about this earlier on, but how... Oh, were we talking about it last night? God, the days blend. So TLDR, you'll remember those, like, terrible levels you used to get in, you know, like... any cartridge-based game. There would be like a sewer level, usually a racing level, or like an impossible mini game or shit like that. Like, I was reminded that those were added. Oh, you son of a fuck! Goddamn fucking drop wigs! All the homies hate drop wigs. Yeah, mini games, sewer bike levels, speeder bike levels, the fucking magic carpet, those were designed not only to pad out the runtime of a game, but also to add a difficulty spike that would stop people finishing a game in 2 days, i.e. the amount of time they could usually rent it from Blockbuster. Mandatory stealth sections, I think, are different. I think we just had to suffer those because of fucking Metal Gear. And Simple Chaos is right. Like, sewer levels, it's enclosed. There's no need for skybox. It makes transitional areas really easy. They also control where the player is going. So when they come out of the sewer area, you can control where they're looking and what they're doing. Now, Lyoshi, I think it's a question of taste. I actually think that Mirror's Edge's underground reservoir level was a big mistake. I think that the visual style of Mirror's Edge being predominantly these huge open scapes and this freedom of parkour, I think that the indoor corpo areas where you're running and leaping off of things to avoid gunfire, I think work much better. I think the reservoir was both thematically and mechanically a big full stop that involved a lot less of that fluidity of movement. And it's not that it really matters. Ultimately, I'd say Mirror's Edge's biggest weakness was its still reliance on things like boss fights, you know? And the boss fight just boiling down to this RC QuickTime event. You know? I don't know. Mirror's Edge is a great reminder that EA should be, at this point, one of the best and most creative publishers in the industry. And no matter how much you hate EA, you could stand to hate them a lot fucking more. Also, I'm gonna grab some stink bombs. Just in case we encounter those, if I'm going this way and we encounter the, there's the motherfucker. Die! Die in piss! Oh, that is also a frog, though, which is arguably worse. At least the Dropwig has the fucking decency to kill us. Ooh! God damn it, missed him. Yeah. Well, so that's the thing, Lyoshi, is when you think about it, EA has owned and destroyed more incredible franchises and incredible company than any other company. At least in the English language territories, you know. I don't want to say, you know, I don't want to do a never say never, but I'm sure there's someone else who's also a fucking asshole. God fuck! This is my exploding stick! Oh, I appear to be about 3 inches from every other person in this room! Fireball! God damn it. That's less scavs, more fucking war boys at this point. Well, yeah, and so Simple Chaos, like, that's the thing, is, like, the individuals who are at a decision-making place in EA have consistently chosen bad and evil. Consistently. And, like, now, on the one hand, fucking Treck! Twat! Alright. We're gonna sip some coffee. We're gonna take a fucking moment. Fucking asshole. Motherfucking Dropwig. Motherfucking bastard! El bastardo. My slow-cooked pineapple is bubbling. Yeah, the Dropwigs work for EA. Science. Okay, you gotta bear with me a sec, so I'm just gonna yell from the kitchen. quick look at my cooking thing to offset me from the rage. Oh, the drop week got frogged? Oh, justice. What was I trying to say? Oh, just that EA being really fucking evil. Yeah, no, they've just spent the last, like, 2-3 decades just hoovering up creative individuals and creative companies, grinding them into a fine powder, doing fucking nothing with them. And, oh, the thing I was going to say is what's interesting is a lot of people have now made very successful careers over just doing and making the thing that EA bought a company for and doing it good. Oh, here you are, you bastard. Fred Durst, you motherfucker. I'm actually going to have to leave him where he is. I've got no angle on him. And the only thing I'm going to do is get myself killed the dumb way. Assuming these fucking scav war boys don't explode me first. But like, when you think about, like, they bought BioWare, they bought Bullfrog, they bought fucking DICE, all of these companies they've hoovered up, you know. Mirror's Edge is still talked about for its striking visuals and complete departure from really anything else. You know, Titanfall still commands a massive following. Now, we have multiple indie projects. Fucking Westwood? God, there's another. Like, we could sit here and list them, and what's fucking me off is, like, EA are looking to pull some serious horse piss soon. Like, they're basically going to sports wash the whole fucking operation. Or at least sell it off so it can be used for sports washing. And they're just gonna get away with it. Damn, that feeling when you throw a spear at something and it just goes, no. Ah. Ooh. Whatever that explosion was, that was big. Feel a little bit bad. But the leeches are going to get the poor dead scavs before me. But yeah, you know, EA had the possibility of creating an incredible legacy, and all that they will be remembered for is being a blight. Fuck. 151 deaths. Sorry, I got my spear stuck in that little wig, and I was like, oh, I'll kill it so it doesn't zap me, and then I'll take it out, and I couldn't get the spear out, that little bastard. He got the last laugh. Yeah, The Sims is another one, and one thing that's been really annoying is in Zoe, the AI-generated shit show that's in Zoe has been selling kind of well. Not because it's good, but because there isn't anybody else making a fucking Sims game. Alright, I'm going to explore some of these sub-tunnels. You know. The people who made The Sims should never have to worry about job stability. They should just be making sim games and living their little best lives. They work their arse off. Oh, Oh, fucking frog. Okay, let's see if I can get down here without it making my life worse. I'm usually not a fan of doing these underground operations. Fuck. Come on, little guy. There you go. Whew. And Jackie, so Subnautica VR should be on Saturday. We got most of the technical test stuff done, but there may still be more technical problems. Subnautica VR is happening, and it'll be happening sooner rather than later. We talked about it a lot earlier. TLDR is that things are extremely hard this year, and everything fucking sucks. So there is a non-zero chance that I'll need to ask for some serious help, like financially this year. And I want to make sure that the biggest of the snareway bets is done. I shouldn't say bets. The biggest of the snareway, what do we call them? Quests. You know, the things that I owe you lot for being fucking wonderful. But yeah. TLDR, it's Saturday. Alright. Of course it's the bubbleweed is the last thing to get thrown. Alright. Okay. And yeah, Verdant, the Ring Fit one is going to be fucking funny. Oh no. You kids do not want to be down here when that thing is popping off. Oh! I mean, like Verdant, we'll see. It's definitely not going to be boring as streams go. But, you know, ultimately, these are the things that I am prepared to do to keep the longship going. And, like, you know, we talk about this every time there's, like, a donation drive or something. I don't feel that people... God. I don't feel that people should have to put themselves in physical or, you know, emotional distress to be able to make a living. Why did you blow yourself up there, mate? Oh, something is broken. Okay, they definitely hate my guts now. But I do think that as someone who gets to stream for a living, especially at a time when we're all hard up, I need to be prepared to show you all that I'm not just fucking coasting.
Eat an entire Van Houten pickle.
Jackie, I do believe that would take... I have to check the pricing of it, but I think acquiring said pickle... Oh, what the fuck? How the fuck am I still alive? I'll have to look up what a Van Holt pickle is and hope that it's not some horrible euphemism. But, Jackie, seriously, thank you for the cash. Like, we broke as fuck. I am extremely broke. That is going to be used for, you know, rice and food. It's a decent pickle. Okay. Oh, okay, so Verdant, what happened while the donation thing was up? So I had the exploding spear. The vulture was coming in to try and bite me, so my idea was to jab it in the face and then jump away. Maybe kill a vulture at the same time. The spear immediately exploded, but didn't kill me? Ah, yes. Sorry, Moose just reminded me at the time someone sent an actual chocolate dick in the mail. I got told to eat a dick. That is a real thing that happened. Okay, we haven't tried ops. Let's have a look this way. It was one of the first things to the P.O. box. So Jackie, I disabled the whatchamacallit, the wish list because it really felt, I don't know. It felt too grubby.
Should probably get 2 TBH.
Scotty, what the fuck? $9.95. That's pickle. God. The time was 3:51. May 19th.
Reminder that I am always happy to facilitate you eating a bag of dicks.
Thank you for the offer. I haven't had the time and the means or the finances, but also I've been making my own burgers, which I fucking love. The time is 3:52. May 19th, 2026.
Maybe a drink after the pickles.
Probably gonna need a pickle drink. Here's the thing, I fucking love good pickles. So I may actually, that actually sounds like a good pickle recommendation. J-Po, seriously, thank you. But I will say, like, if you all want to send stuff to the P.O. box, it's a UPS mailing address. You can send stuff. I keep everything that you lot have sent. The ridiculous, the fucking sharks, the lovely, the thought out. I mean, the most recent one, the ashtray from the Ashtray Maze from Control. Like, this whole place is just pretty much adorned with longship gifts and the ilk. It's just, right now, I can't state how much things are difficult. It's not like, holy shit, there is a, holy shit, my teeth don't work. Holy shit, there's a massive bill. It's just like, holy shit, I don't know if I'm going to make rent. We're at that point. Because the fucking life, the universe, and everything. So if, Jackie, you had the money to send a $7,000 professional meat grinder, please just send the money instead. I'll buy a significantly cheaper meat grinder and some lovely meat, and I will grind that meat live on twitch.television. He takes a cider drink. He takes a pickle drink. Is this a Pickle Rick reference? Am I being Pickle Rick rolled here? Wolfoss says you could resell the meat grinder. That's the problem, Wolf. I have a strict code. I don't sell or give away longship gifts. Because whether they were sent as a joke or sent as a heartfelt thing, they were sent. I turned myself into a meat grinder. I'm meat grinding Rick. I'm trying to decide if we should sleep here. Because we have the karma. Oh, hang on. There we go. I'll stick my face out here. Ooh, karma flower. I don't know. Is that a... Yeah. Drugs. You know what,
Wash it all down with Bob's Pickle Potion number 9.
What
Yes,
the
it's real. Yes, it's a pickle juice mixer. Yes, I've tried it. No, it's fine actually.
Well, Simple Chaos, Scotty, Jackie, all of this, like, I know we're doing this for a bit, but that is a lot of money, and that is going to help so fucking much, so thank you. And here's the thing, I like pickles. I've had a pickleback. You know that thing when people, like, think they're going to give you something gross, and you're like, actually, that's not bad, I don't mind this. Like, that was a pickleback. Sorry. And then jumping into chat, Verdant says, had a real dark thought when you showed me that ashtray. Is that for your dad? Yeah, Verdant, you can apologize to him yourself. I know for a fact my dad would be extremely amused that he was a reoccurring character in a tiny little... Wolfos, that would require so many certifications and stuff. Gotta have that starting capital if you want to start a business. Okay. Alright, let's continue our journey. And if I have to double back, then we have to double back. Excuse me, lads. My little scav war boys. Sorry, and I don't mean to be super practical about it, you know. I am, like, one of the things that Little Fire got me for Christmas, like a squillion years ago, was a proper griddle. So I can actually do proper burgers. And, like, one of these days, I would like to, you know, I'm not quite sure how we do it, but it'd be nice to cook for more people than just Jess. My burger secret is, homemade burger sauce and Cajun seasoning. The only thing you got to be careful is not to oversalt. But the Cajun seasoning's so fucking good. Like, why is celery as a seasoning fucking brilliant? Ah, see, you dingus has got yourself stuck again. Well done. Anyway, seriously, Simple Chaos, all of you, thank you. Okay, I wasn't telling you the stuff today to try and grub for donations or anything like that. You know, what we did is, like, a week, 2 weeks ago, we bought an industrial thing of pork shoulder, sectioned it up, and I've been using it for cooking. I tried to do this thing that was kind of like steak fries, but pork, and I wanted to do like a chili lime seasoning, and it came out as the blandest stuff ever, and I'm just like, man, this was supposed to be flavorful. It just tastes like some pork, because pork is extremely affordable, and you can cook it tasty. So, like, the pineapple stuff we got going on right now, you know, sure, the pineapple was a few bucks, but they, you know, we already had all of the pork and everything, so jobs are fucking good. I mean, British hot sauce. I mean, I'll say this, like, I have definitely... What is this soundtrack? Hang the fuck on. Alright, let's fucking go. Welcome to Fight Club! No! Wrong Fight Club, wrong Fight Club! I don't know. I don't know when we started playing Res, and I am not mad. I do feel like we're going through like the ruins of like budget pebs right now. Like, this is some Chemical Brothers tier. Goodness. We don't yet have enough food in our stomach to sleep, though. So I'm gonna find something to eat. I mean, worst case, we now know roughly where we are. Huh. So, Tesla coil. I didn't know that. You know. Fuck! Oh! Alright, mate. He just died and then yoked me skyward. Also, yoke me skyward does sound like a great shanty. Oh, you're just a... Oh, you fucking asshole. You know what? Fuck that. Fuck this. Fuck you. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Shit. Alright, where's my living parachute? I don't have any spears. Yes. Alright. Well, you can't win them all. Oh! These guys can't win any, apparently. Alright. Here we go. Come with me now through a journey through time and scavs. The Desolate Tract. Ha! Missed him. Yeah, buddy, you don't want to go that way, trust me. Yar, I don't know where I am. Okay, there we go. Well, at least we got lunch. Oh shit, we're here? Oh fuck, I didn't even get to this region until way later on our first run. So this is beneath the gigantic Lovecraftian bastard creatures. And it is always fascinating to hear like people's different like palate tastes and stuff. You know, for me, there's lots of things that I kind of got, I don't want to say exposed to culturally, but there's lots of things I got told growing up that I've kind of unlearned. Like, there's no such thing as too much garlic. The only reason I haven't started making my own garlic oil is just hours in a day. But the idea of getting a full clove and doing like a fully... Oh, you bastard. I would get a clove and fully bake it in the oven if I could, you know? The other thing is being like... Not it's okay to like what you like, but, you know... One thing that I used to like that I thought was really weird, and now I'm starting to realize is not that weird at all, is kind of like a... somewhere between like a sashimi and a ceviche. I used to... Well, I mean, I still do when I can. Get like a piece of salmon, cut up the bits of it sashimi style, like big fat chunks, but then soak it in lime juice. So you get that kind of like buttery ceviche taste, but with big fat fucking chunks of meat. Okay, Scotty, you make an excellent point. But like, Trader Joe's had black garlic, like as a seasoning kicking around, and that was so fucking good. Like, using that with any kind of like red meats was so good. Oh, there are like 3 different lizards in a lizard royale. Fuck. That was not the... Fuck! Okay. Ooh. Elephant garlic is a lot milder. Interesting. But yeah. I mean, as a British person, I do have to listen to the British cooking is terrible discussion more times than I care to count in a day. And, like, it's not that I don't get it, right? I just have to explain to people that 9 times out of 10, what is considered quote-unquote British cuisine is just a struggle meal. I'm sorry, Big Green. But, you know, I will fight for a proper Sunday roast. Ooh, not liking... Okay, we made it back this far, but... But then I find myself talking more and more about, like, you know, the cultural influences on food. Like... You can't really say that the US has one style of cooking, because there are essentially, like... like, you would struggle to do a top 15 different styles of cooking in the US, and each one comes from, like, extremely different cultural backgrounds. And I think that's a great thing. It's just, yeah.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
How goes Weird Slimy Cat Simulator?
I have been brutalized so far today. But then everybody's been really fucking lovely. So I've got I need to buy a specific kind of pickle, apparently. But also I now have loads of money for groceries, which is fucking great. Apparently, yeah, according to Tesla Coil, I'm delicious. Margin Walker, how are you, friend? Anyway, I'm not here to restart the food discussion. Okay. Alright, alright. Oh, I am fucking toast. This region doesn't have the rainfall. It has this, and eventually this wind will destroy our poor little slug cat. You can do it, little buddy! You can do it! I believe in you! He could not do it. Margin says the good, fixing some Stream Deck issues, created for themselves, and resting after driving 1,000 miles this weekend. San Diego to San Francisco and back. Fuck! Well, I mean, I hope you had a good time. That seems like a lovely reason for a road trip. We did... I say we. Caffeine did Seattle to San Jose, one TwitchCon many years ago, I think 2018. And we've done, again, I've been the co-pilot.
Stop that incessant clicking.
I've been the co-pilot on at least one or two Seattle to LA trips. We still haven't found the next oh shit. Oh shit. I'm in shit. I'm in so much shit. Don't make me kill Mama Newt Newt. I was trying to pick up my spear. Fuck. Oh, I'm fucked. This is the way we came. Fuck. Fuck! Ah, my brain! I did. Well, I was trying to swallow the grenade because I was going to save it for an emergency. And then I went to pick up my spear. And it's almost that moment where, like, the slug cat's there. It's like, all right, stash the grenade, get the brick, and my spear. And it's a baby Newt Newt with, like, its eyes big and teary, like, moo. And the rest is now well-documented history. But no, Margin Walker, that sounds fucking lovely. That sounds lovely. Nothing really to tell over here. I'm cooking up big old pork shoulder in slow cooked in fresh pineapple. And we're continuing with some Rain World adventures. Thankfully, Mama Newt Newt doesn't bear a grudge between cycles. I do wonder if the Newt Newts will stay mad at you if you survive. the squad's all here. Gentlemen. What do you mean it's funny to push the scabs in the water? What do you mean that doesn't count as acts of violence? Oh. Let's try not to get hoisted by my own petard here. Oh. That's right, you guys are good swimmers, right? Okay. But yeah, Simple Chaos, thank you for gifting a sub to Tesla Coil. You know. The other side about us all being broke as shit is, like, I know it sucks when you have ads inflicted upon you. You know, I do my best to say out loud things like, oh boy, I sure need to remember to buy a brand new Gundam. Or, oh, I don't think we got dog food. Computer, remind me to buy dog food in the future. Because we all know our devices are listening, so I might as well trick them into showing me stuff about pets. Like, one thing that irked me far more than it should. So we're watching fucking Robot Wars, right? Again, not the British show, the, oh, I fucked up. Okay, now we're good. Not the British TV show, the movie sequel to Robot Jobs. Just in case you weren't here earlier. And at the beginning, they pour a bunch of ads on us. And one of them was for a huge new car. Like a gigantic new car. And I'm just sitting there thinking, if I could afford a brand new car, brand new, like no faffermancy, brand new, off the fucking shelf, I wouldn't be watching ads on a fucking shit movie from the 80s. Or maybe 90s, I actually forget its specific drop point. You know what I mean? Like, who is your fucking audience here? Because it sure as shit ain't me. Simple Chaos, I couldn't possibly comment. I know, as a somewhat unrelated point, I did used to look at the Gundam archives, like, long before I even watched all of the different Gundam shows. So there's quite a few instances where I have encyclopedic knowledge of certain robots, but I've never actually seen the show they're based on. Huh, I've never actually been this way. Yeah, I'm coming, God. Ooh, free grenade. Hang on a sec, I actually gotta focus on where we're going. Oh, okay, we want... up? We want up, okay. And avoid the frog. Okay.
Car advert from an old version of GTA. I work and live alone in the city, so of course I need a vehicle that does 7 to the gallon, seats 12 and is capable of traversing Arctic and desert tundra.
Oh god, remember when like GTA was essentially like the uncrowned lords of parody? You're my friend. We're having soft tacos later. Oh. There we go. Okay, so we went the other way first time, so we now need to go this way and rest. Alright. And in there lies the problem. Then there's you bastards. Hadouken! Shit. It does make me laugh that the old GTA commercials from the radio stations have become like super popular TikTok sounds. You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Anyway, jumping back. What are we talking about? Whew. And Scotty, thank you for the bits on top of everything. I really appreciate it, friend. We're talking about pickles? I do not remember the recipe for making really good homemade pickles. I got... And... I want to remember. I have been making really good daikon pickles, but we also haven't been eating a lot of, like, you know, fish stuff of late. And I kind of just associate those with, like, you know, sushi nights and stuff. Shit. No. Someone's not adhering to the friend not food rule. Friend! Let's go get him some food. He's my buddy, hanging out with my best friend. He's a murdery lizard, and he can't really walk too good. Hanging out with my best friend. Gonna get him some food. You just wait here, buddy. Green lizards are the quickest to become loyal out of all the lizards, but they can't climb. I know. You're very excited. Very excited. Buddy. Oh, you're blocking the way. Look at the big friend. It's because I gave him my leftovers, and now we are forever friends. In fairness, you lot keep feeding me, and I keep coming back. Oh, not friend. Oh, he might save me. I'm in there somewhere. Wait, I'm not dead yet. Yeah! Oh, I may be, though. Blue lizard does not know what the fuck to do. The only thing that can stop a bad green lizard is a good green lizard. Yeah, come on, buddy. Yeah, you get in here, I'll kick his ass. Oh, no, he broke my neck. I think being a green lizard chew toy was not my smartest survival maneuver. Yeah, caramel lizards will become friends with you very quickly as well. They are great big goopers. And they can climb. I've never made friends with a Godzilla lizard. Because I wonder if it's like with red alphas, like you can't make friends with them. Why did I not just run away? Because I had to see if my body was okay. He's my best friend. He's my little lizard guy. I thought he could save me. Also, I don't know if green lizards consider other lizards food if they kill them. But what's really cool, see, with this guy, if we manage to get him some more food, he'll actually come to the shelter and sleep with us. Now, I can't remember if I've still got the... Oh, okay, this is good. Yeah, sorry, buddy. There we go. See, now he's been given the food. Now he's extra happy. So we're going to take him back to the shelter, and he'll come snooze with us. And then he'll be safe forever. He does need a name, though. I can't just call him Buddy. Because if I start calling him Buddy, he's Buddy forever. You know what it is with dog names. Jimothy. Nah. He's not. He doesn't have Jimothy face. Whee! Seth. Kermit! Kermit! Hey, Ray Romano. Alright, come on, big guy. Nap time. Come on. Big lizard cuddle time. Big lizard cuddle time. Big lizard cuddle time. Big lizard cuddle time. Okay, okay, buddy. Come on. Come on. There we go. And here we go. He's just happy to be here. He's our best friend. Bacon Adventure 2. There is a mod that adds extra pictures for when you sleep in a shelter with your lizard buddy. Now, if we keep doing the friend... God, Lance the lizard. Okay. God, of all the poor buggers. Big Green's gonna have a fucking crick in his neck, poor bastard. Alright. Now, if we want to get the friend achievement, we have to find enough food to give him for like several days in a row, which is definitely easier said than done. This way. Come on. Green lizards can't climb. They can't climb pipes, and they can't climb walls. So as friends, they're not the most useful. But yeah, no. So Tesla Coil and Peeps, like, I am correct in saying you can't tame the Big Red. Like, you can pour goodies on them, but you can't tame them. They won't be your friends. Huh. Red just takes more food? Okay. Oh, yeah, no, and that's the thing, Tesla Coil. If you could make one your friend and then keep him, oh, welcome to the buffet. Everyone else is on the menu. Now, Go take this over to our buddy. And have another little snooze. Like, here's the thing. We don't necessarily need to do the friend. Right? It's just, I like doing it. And our little guy works hard. Why shouldn't the Watcher have a little bit of time off, eh? It's for fun and happiness. And I think that's as valid a reason as any. So if Big Green can't seem to work out how to get into his little shelter spot. I'm just got to give him a sec. Oh, no, we don't have time. The other Big Green's like, yeah, nah, fuck that. Maybe I can help him. Alright, come on, buddy. Come on, you can still have your dinner. Just gonna come this way, alright? Come on. There we go. Oh, fuck. Making sure he doesn't take Big Green's dinner. Oh, I know, you're very happy. I just need you to eat it so we can go to bed. It's all the fun of having a real pet. Damn it! This is not going well. I took his dinner! Let me tell you how this is going to work out for you, buddy. That wasn't for you. Bastard! Alright. Well, come on, Big Green. We'll get him tomorrow. Come on, buddy. Big baby. Big Green's big baby. Come on, in you pop. Little invisa shit. He even used the food he stole from Big Green as a shield to avoid me stabbing him. I will say though, Tesla Coil, if I could get one of the Godzilla creatures as a pet. Because that thing can just delete anything. Okay. I know you're a sleepy Big Bean, but come on, Big Green. Come on, buddy. You go get up. Hang on. I know what we need. Okay, what we need is snacks, but aside from snacks, I know what we need. Here's a big guy with a big old face. He's Big Green. Big Green the lizard. Just checking on the pork and stuff. It smells delicious. You don't even know! Oh yeah, no, Godzilla with the nuclear breath completely annihilating. The thing is, though, with Godzilla, you'd never be able to use any tools. Because as soon as their, like, gravity shield pops off... Okay. I know. Big Green wants cuddles. But we've both got to get out of here. Yeah, there we go. No, I'm not saying that slug cats are graceful or anything, it's just... Alright. Let's find you some dinner. It's not a bad idea to do some karma farming as well. Oh, you want to fucking tussle? Oh, you want to fucking Barney? Yeah? Alright, mate. Yeah, come on. Come on. Get your fucking face through there. Oh, look at me, I'm a millipede. I fucking kill people for fun. Because I don't even eat them. Tell you what, we'll fucking eat you. I'm a fucking lizard. Yeah, walk that off, dickhead. I've noticed that, much like the karma cycles of this character, you can kind of chart where I am emotionally by how much killing I'm doing. I don't think Big Green eats you guys. Do you think Big Green will eat one of those if I give it to him? I mean, I don't want to go to the trouble of making it. Well, I'll see what he thinks. Also, I get to parade past one of the millipedes with one of his dead children in hand. This isn't even for me. Oh, speaking of which... Oh, he's heading towards Big Green. Yeah, you better fucking run. No! Okay, we're good. Where's Big Green? Buddy? Buddy, where are you? Alright, you... Where's my little guy? Who's actually a hulking great big super beast. Big Green? I didn't see him come past us. Okay, no. Look. Rainworld is a game about ecology, as you well know. This is the nature. This is the circle of life. Adventure Time made a song about it. It's great. But these guys don't eat. Well, at least they don't eat us. The large millipedes just electrocute whoever they can find. Do you think he got lost down the pit? I can't live if living is without dude. our guy? He looks like he could be the right color. Might have gotten a bit stuck. Doesn't have bunny ear scales. Yeah, he might look a little like our guy, but he's not the same. I mean, I can't see any harm in feeding some of the local wildlife like this, but still. But yeah, I was just going back to the previous thought, is like, what if we could make a Godzilla lizard our like super duper best friend? Like, what does that even look like? Okay, well, he liked that, so. But it's not the same. That's not our big green. Maybe he's come back. Oh, no. That's a bastard. I see you up there, you fucking wanker. Wanker. Is it weird that I won't make friends with invisible lizards because I think they're bastards? Or Tesla Coil, do you reckon I should, you know, give up the ghost? Or have a little snooze? Like, will he return? Well, we're going to find out together. If he returns, well, we got loads of food. He died! No! He fucking died! We saved over his life! Alright. Let's go back to the Lizard Adoption Agency. See if they got anything new for us. Who's that lizard in the window? The one with the sad little face. Fuck you guys, I didn't kill him! I left to go get him food. And then he was gone. Alright, who's gonna be our new friend? Can't help but notice. Distinct lack of possible friends. Oh, here we go. Come on. Okay, you're welcome. All he knows is his slug cat dad went out for a pack of cigs. And he never came back. Papa? Just remember, if you're not first, you're last. Okay. Okay. It's fine. This gives me just a nice little project. But yeah, I'm just... Now I'm like, maybe next time... but that's the thing. The region that has the Godzilla lizard in, it's just, there's no food. Right? Like, even if I wanted to tame one of those as my own, where the fuck am I getting all the food? I don't think it counts scavs as food sources. But then again, I've been wrong before. No way! Scotty says he knows somebody that bailed on their wedding with the just gonna grab some smokes. And I'm not having this be a bacon thing, alright? You all saw, I wanted to keep that little guy with us. He was my son. God. I'll tell you though, I worked in the wedding industry, so for a brief part of my life, I would never get married. You know, we make those jokes about, like, you know, decluttering is just a scam by Big Small made up to sell more less and shit like that. That is the wedding industry as a whole. But you don't need my opinions on that. Oh, they call them blizzard lizards? Ah, that's probably better than Godzilla. Easier to say. But then, like, taming a blizzard lizard would be the same as just being fucking immortal for the rest of the run. Like, those things, those are the bastards that refuse to die. No, Wolf, that's the Final Fantasy spell. Blizzard. Blizzard. But pronounced like milady. Okay. Friend Big Green? Friend? Friend! Alright, let's go get you some lunch. Oh, a moose, 1,000%. 1,000%. Alright, sadly, this one's gonna have to work for its meal a little stronger than the last one. There we go. Happy lizard. Just make sure you don't eat the... I should have told him not to eat the spear. I feel like Big Green would just eat through it. Poor bugger's too big to turn around. Hey, legend. Be sure to leave us a VOD-specific message. But it's cool hanging out. Have a lovely rest of your evening, friends. Yeah, kick his ass, Big Green. He knows what he did. New best buddy. Yeah, come on, Big Green. Yeah. Oh, okay. Had to be careful with spears in case I hit our Big Green, so I got to use the brick. Okay. Oh, shit. No, no, Big Green, come on. Big Green, come on. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on, need you down here. Come on, buddy. Yeah, see, this is where we're going. Come on. Give him a sec to get his ass down here. He's got a bit of a fear of heights. Damn. So Aeon says it's 5 to 6 gifts for a red lizard to get them to be friendly. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on. Okay. You're a little stuck there. That's all right. Happens to the best of us. Just had to sit on him. It's fine. Yeah. Nap time with my best buddy. No, come on. Come on. Can you pop? There we go. Big Green. Big Green cuddle buddy. Okay. We're back on the friend circuit. Alright, new rule. If we don't find our green buddy before we achieve maximum friendship, don't find green buddy. Now, he's big green and he's got like stumpy little fins, which are very cute. Nothing to be self-conscious about. Then we just throw ourselves into the Great Abyss. No, this way, this way. Come on, buddy. Come on. No, it's my best friend. I mean, who would keep a pet that would eat your face while you sleep? Looks over at every cat. Face meat. Oh, okay. Those bastards aren't quite cocky enough to fight me head on. See if we can find another pot bug. It really does feel like the amount of like time and effort you have to put in. Ooh. Where's my big green? You fucking did something. Angry ass millipede. Oh no. So he's down there. Kind of got into a bit of a street fight. It's alright. he go? There. Green Buddy, anytime you want to help me, like... Well done, gamer. Oh shit, that's actually a secret area. Well, butter my aforementioned biscuits. Crank my danger nipples. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. Oh, those are the Lovecraftian nightmare creatures. So I guess this is roughly where we're supposed to be heading. As soon as we're kind of done with our make best friends with a lizard subplot. So this might be a new... Watch a shortcut. That's cool. Alright.
Already cranking it and not even Thursday.
I thought we agreed that we were not going to, quote-unquote, say that we're cranking it. Wolfos asks a very important question. This is why you befriend the invisible lizard instead. Sorry, I said question. I meant incorrect statement. Because invisible lizards are, and say it with me now, bastards. And they know exactly what they did. Edwin, crank not, lest ye be crunk. How you doing? Yes, always pants. It's Rain World. I'm trying to make friends with a big lizard, which means I need to kill a lot of pot bugs, which is a task much easier said than done. However, we might be reaching the point where I might just continue. We don't need to help, like, we don't need to save the green lizard. Well, it's not even saving it. We don't need to, like, make it our super bestiest best friend in the whole wide world. But, you know. I think that is something that has definitely become very pronounced. Not you, though. Blue lizards. You are small and weak. And you kind of suck. You know what, Moose? That's too perfect to be made up. Moose said that they just came across a piece of scientific information that a protein has been discovered that can apparently slow aging. All right, you know, that's one of those, like, you know, whatever, but all right. However, its name, TTP. Damn. You off green and you not looking so mean. Oh. I fucked up. What's TTP a reference to? Time to penis. It's a measurement predominantly in QA, which explains to us the amount of time it takes to draw a dick on something in any kind of user-given tools. Damn, Dude, snap my fucking neck. I can't even be mad. Oh, sorry. Can't even be mad. Okay. I'm already dead, dude. This feels personal. Okay. Okay. Woo! Okay. Honestly, having all of the little things like these, because they don't even give tunnels. When you're playing regular Rain World, those little sigils, they give you one teleportation. So you can teleport to one place on the map once. If you fuck it up, if you use it wrong, go to the wrong place, tough dookie. Oh. They don't bury a live taco. It is also weird to me what parts of this game seem to, like, my character seems to remember from previous runs and what parts is like, nah. Okay, so we are... Where are we? We are here. I was waiting a sec to see if we had another, like... fucking DoorDash delivery of pop bugs. Sorry, Simple Chaos was just saying they used to work with somebody who was, when the weather got good, they were a Harley Davidson motorcycle rider, and they did refer to it unironically as cranking their hog. They often say that, what is it? Youth is wasted on the young, but I would say that wealth is wasted on the wealthy. Okay. You're alright, buddy. You're gonna stay here. And we're gonna go for a little fucking wee! Fucking wee! Oh, no, buddy, you weren't supposed to fall that hard. What the fuck? Motherfucker just ate my dog! I'm coming back for you. Oh, wait, hang on. Come on. Ha-ha! I need to get to face height. Motherfucking revenge! Fuck. Alright, I need spears. Lots of spears. This motherfucker right here. I know that hurt you. God damn it. Lizard, I do not have time to deal with your shit. Unless you have a fucking handgun to give me, piss off. Nothing? Of course, there's a spear there between the big greens. Ah. Alright, friends, we're going to take a moment so I can calm before committing genocide and whatever that nightmare creature is. Refresh your cups, grab some tea. I'll be back with you all in just a second. Hello, hello, hello. I'll sort these ones first and pause this so you can get your... How many is that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25? And I just had to... I had to take a photo of this. That's what I come back to on my monitor. Hooray! Zeke, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. Yeah, the TTP in this household, very quick. So, Zeke, how goes it? What you been up to? Has Windrose taken root in your household yet? Oh, that's the good stuff. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 23, 24, and 25. Whew. I have to keep my arms up so I keep kind of level, but in the same breath I end up making my arms fucking cane. That's got to be 60 total, right? It was... God, it was a lot yesterday. But yeah, the TTP of your average gremlin can be measured in seconds. And it does make me laugh that TTP is actually considered like an industry measurement. That's not a bit. The only reason we don't talk about it more is because you're just not allowed to talk about dicks on the internet. Alright. Time to slay a fucking nightmare. There he is. Doing that thing where they're trying to... Oh, he just fucking... Straight up Amy. What is the TTP for Rain World? Lengthy. Pun not intended. Yeah, I remember this region, and I think this is where we need to be heading. Because we go across here, and then, I want to say up, to find the Echo. Alright, you're gonna have to live here now, buddy. Because I don't know what we're gonna do to try and find Big Friend. Yeah, that schlorp noise. Those things are a fucking nightmare fuel. Like, they're very reminiscent of some of the big nightmare creatures from BPRD. The Hellboy sans Hellboy comic that I find myself talking about pretty much constantly. This place was rife with pot bugs. Oh, here we go. There we go. Give this to Big Green. It is weird that the audio effects as we're coming through that area creates that kind of like old Mac style. I know. Here you go, buddy. Oh, he nicked. He nicked our lizard's food. Oh, you're okay, Big Green. You're okay, and you're very in the way. I know. He's looking at me like, all right, where's the next dinner? It's good to be back. I don't really think there's much else we can do. There we go. All right. So we fell this way, so we're not in the fight range of these nightmare creatures. Okay, I need one of you to stop squishing me. Oh, hey, look, it's that guy I stabbed. Oh, no. Oh, no. Actually, I think we found even bigger green. That's right, give our green an unfair advantage. Damn. Oh, dude just snapped my neck. Okay. Accurate representation of owning a dog. Yeah, like going to great lengths to feed them and then them dropping their food and then being like, well, that's gone. Is there a second dinner or... Okay. Alright. You can come with Big Green, but I think this is the point in our adventure where you're just going to have to live. You just have to live for yourself. Hope if I can get away fast enough. Oh, nightmare creatures. Come on, buddy. If you're sticking with me, stick with me. Now, I do think that up here is what leads to one of the safe rooms, because I remember coming through here a bunch. I might also be hallucina-smelling that one. Alright. Maybe it's this way? Okay, you're my buddy. That guy's not. Oh, I think it's this point here. That's where the spot is. Because I'm definitely at the point in this watcher run where I'm pretty sure what I need to be doing is heading to any of the regions we haven't discovered, but also trying to find the little... Oh, wow, okay, yeah. Big Green is considering the other lizard to be his snack for the day. Okay. This poor pop bug does not know what to do. Oh, this is bad. Okay, this is cool. Basically, I want to save the body of this pop bug for our Big Green when he comes back. So that hopefully he can forgive me for the emotional abandonment. There's my guy. Oh. Yeah, our Big Green needs to kick the other Big Green's ass. But I know as soon as I go into that other region... Who's my big buddy? Alright. Big Green's just gonna have to learn to live in the wild. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Because if I remember rightly, we're not too far from a place to sleep. I think. Maybe? There you go, buddy. Assuming that is in fact our Big Green and not... a different Big Green having a significantly worse day. Okay. Oh, no, this is the nightmare field. Okay, we don't want to be here. So yeah, so what were we nattering about before I got onto, you know, trying to raise a gigantic, you know, super predator? He did have the glowy back. We're supposed to go up. Oh no. I remember now. Yeah, we don't go to Ravenholm and we don't go up there. Ow, little shit. But fair. Yeah, this has got to be our guy, and he definitely got his ass kicked a little bit. Okay, here we go. I think the other bigger, meaner green must have heckin' wrecked his day. There you go, buddy. There's some food for you. I don't even know if that counts as a gift to him because he didn't see us throw it to him. Alright, so I guess this isn't the way. I just remember this area being hella infected and us spending a large amount of time trying not to die here. And a lot of these pipe patterns and mazes and whatnot. Oh, well, that's not a friend. Oh, fucking hell. Alright, alright. Okay. Where the fuck we are anymore. Okay, apparently we're up against millipedes with ninja reflexes. What do you mean I'm shit aim? Nah. Oh, is this one we've got to try and cross the surface? Okay, here we are. Now, if I remember correctly, that metal bit leads to a shelter. Yes! And we're close to one of the echoes. Look at us making headway. Also, seriously, thank you everybody who was chucking in cash earlier. I know it was for meme-related nonsense. I can't believe I got, what did I call it? Pickle Rickrolled. But I am definitely looking forward to turning that into food. Also, I don't know if well, I guess you wouldn't know if you weren't in the Will's night off yesterday, but there may or may not have been the loss of a toaster. during cleaning on the over the weekend, I was trying to do a deep clean over the kitchen, and whilst moving and cleaning the toaster, the little dial spring completely broke, and it's one of those like 4-slot, but slot. Oh, company. It seems so cold here now. The metal all a droop, all a rust. Looks bad, bent, old, dead, dusty. Bleh. Still, it reminds me of my creche days. I could run these halls back when. I was so fast, no one could catch me. I can't emulate the Echo's laugh. I mean, what I think, Tesla Coil, is I think that the area we were just in is the early desolate leftovers of what was the city. And I think fuck. Fuck sticks. A woo dun dun dun. This place is fucking hellscape. Yeah. Bye, Salamander. Hope I never see you again. This fucking place. Alright. This place is another underwater hellscape, except for this place comes with incredibly strong super currents. Now, the last time I went through here, fucking run. Oh, well, not what I was hoping for, but the last time I came through here was before the implementation of the bastard tier fish. I don't even have bubble weed. Alright, wish me luck. I'm just gonna fucking do it. Pull off the band-aid and all that. Oh, you son of a fucking piece of shit! Oh, why don't we make friends with invisible lizards? Shit like this! Absolute crunk, fuck twat bastard nonsense. It was an underwater invisible lizard waiting right by there. No, and Scotty, the thing is, the toaster it came from was not worth that much. You know, it's very much of that sphere of... Of course I'm trapped in here. It's very much of that sphere of, like... The original is essentially too cheap to have replaceable or, you know, repairable parts. Alright, I guess we're going this way then. So, like, it's not a huge emotional loss, but I didn't realize how much I was very much a toaster household until I was sans said toaster. Okay, got that. Get that. Was it gooey duck or whatever it's called? I would never say that I am anti-axolotl. The actual creatures themselves, heckin' adorable. Those things... Alright, there are several creatures that if you increase their size... Fuck. If you increase their size, they cease to be cute. Axolotls is definitely one of them. I would still say, like, moosen are cute. I don't know what the tiny version of a moose is, but... I don't know, can you get a teacup moose? I feel like it'd be like a Canadian thing. You know, capybaras. They're adorable as shit. And that's just, you know, we took a guinea pig and made it big. Guinea pig. Yeah, and I know everyone and their fucking nan has made that joke before me. Massive fuck up on my part. Bats, adorable as shit. Make them large, scary as fuck. That's just science. Sorry, Moose just says, my parents would suggest I was never tiny. There never was a teacup moose. Nope, nope, no, 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 no. Is it me, or have the blue leeches become significantly less violent? The blue leeches are on Lex Row. They're just, you know, they don't take things as personally. You know, they've been going to therapy. It's doing them good. Shit down my leg. Alright, this again. Oh, these fucking guys. Fucking guy. Ah. That's the axolotl that destroyed me. I remember reading this horror manga that was about just regular bugs and what would happen if they were scaled up to like monster sizes. Like, oh, you're still alive. Piss the bed. Okay, an ambush predator that uses its friend's corpse to ambush. That's some fucking bullshit. That'll be my nature show for Rainworld. Okay. It's alright, we're exploring. But yeah, the idea of, like, the different survival and feeding mechanics and things that varying insects have are far more horrific than anything science fiction has ever come up with if you scaled it up. Alright, yeah, you're also still alive. Let's change that. Motherfucking what? That's a hell of a watch streak you've got there, sweetie. And as soon as I was like, oh man, there's Axolotl I've killed so many times, better kill him. Not only did he kill me, he then killed me, snapped my neck, threw my corpse around to make a fucking song and dance of it. He made a fucking example of me. That was literally talk shit, get hit, Rain World Edition. Fucking hell. Deserved. There we go. That's how you handle that. That's bullshit. Apparently wouldn't let Little Fire post the 69th watch streak. I think Twitch just hate fun. They added some new feature stuff today for everybody. So, like, you can host a special event. And you know, like, the badges you get for special events? You can now get those just for anybody's channel. I'm sure that's not going to be abused at all. But it's more the case of, like, I don't know. Like, we don't have an event until whatever the next long ship day ends up looking like. Excuse me just a second, friends. Oh, excuse me. And yeah, Aeon, it would be cool if we could choose, you know, what constitutes a streak in the ilk. Currently, we can't. All we can set is, I think, we can set it so that it only starts counting streaks at 10 and beyond. But, I don't know, there's loads of ones I'd like to celebrate. They also added more built-in bit alert stuff. Oh damn, there is nothing here. This is a dead end and a half. Oh wait, no, hang on. Pearl. But Pearl, that kills people. Okay, so we're going down here. That's fine. I kind of don't want to go see whatever the lizard bowl is that's going on. Okay. Get out the bloody pipe. Listening to happy gremlin noises in the other room. Everybody snack now. Oh, what was that game you were putzing with earlier today that looked really interesting? Yeah. Chef Night. You play a chef in a dungeon, murder monsters, turn them into food, feed an army of goblins. Looks real fun. Okay, so Tesla Coil, how in the heck are we supposed to read pearls in the Watcher? I don't know if that's a big spoiler question for the two new endings, but it's like... It's something I've actually been pondering since we restarted this, because I noticed if you look at the rotatey potatey, it lists whether or not you've gotten the pearl and whether or not you've gotten the two blips in a region. See, and Tesla Coil, you probably know better than I. So we played through all of the Watcher at launch, and we did Spinning Top, and we did the Prince of Rot. Prince of Rot is still possibly one of the largest gaming undertakings that I've done ever. Like 50 some odd hours that was. So I guess... So there's one room you might have seen that looked suspicious but had no function before. Okay, so there was perhaps like an automated like translation spot. Like I never saw an iterator in this, but and yeah, the print takes a lot. I'm just really hoping that whatever we need to do for the two new endings is a fork from the prints rather than like you have to do... Obviously, the Spinning Top is must play. I hope it's not Spinning Top, then you have to do the prints, then the other two. Kind of similar to some of the other endings. I assume that the prince is essentially like the quote-unquote, maybe not bad ending, but... You know, spreading the rot to all the regions. Thank Pebble. Pebs, you dick, where are you? How is it my fault? Pebbles, answer for your crimes. Answer for your crimes, you little shit! So yeah, so Tesla Coil, I don't want to know what the contents of the new endings. So that's why, like, I'm only asking, like, you know, folks like yourself and stuff, people who really know Rain World. Not this little fucking shit. You made it worse! Fine. He's crammed over there with the rivulet, because I think out of every slug cat that could annoy the shit out of Pebbles, the rivulet is probably peak. Because I don't think I need to do... At least I don't feel like I need to do like a translate all... Pebbles did nothing. Ha! Right? I think Pebbles mastered the doing everything wrong on a way which few will ever be able to compare. God, that smells good. Making a grilled cheese? I'd love a grilled cheese, thank you. Mentally, I saw you tally up how much that grilled cheese is going to cost me later. Oh yeah. In grilled cheese world, everyone pays. Oh man, Slugcat just swallowed that. It's easier to count what Pebbles did right, but there is something about Rain World which I don't feel gets discussed enough, which is that this is not a story of heroes and villains. Like, don't get me wrong, we were playing Tides of Tomorrow on Saturday, and I think I was the only person who was really digging it. And that's alright. To those of you who were chilling and illing and watching, I really appreciate it. But Tides of Tomorrow is very... in its... Ooh. Who wants to die? Tides of Tomorrow is very... I don't know. Verdant said it was kind of like a lot of the quote-unquote moral choices were like, you know, kill the baby, don't kill the baby. Oh, and Simple Chaos. Well, that's cool. Thank you for saying. You know, with the whole, like, Twitch anti-botting stuff, it's really hard for me sometimes to get a grasp on what games you all are enjoying and which ones are frustrating. But that's another story. Okay, I've actually not been through there, so we're gonna head down this way. But yeah, the moral choices on it were very, you know, do the good thing or do the evil thing for self-gain. I do think that if it's anything like, you know, Route 96... Oh, you're getting thrown in the abyss for that. Fucking Pop Styles! Yeah, I do think that it's very... Again, I'm trying not to say simple, because that's not what it is. Sorry, there was me kind of like dancing with multiple thoughts in my noggin while I'm trying not to drown. If it's anything like Route 96, Tides of Tomorrow will end up being very, very nuanced in its overarching elements. It asks you very direct, like, do you want to do evil or good, to your face to kind of get you focused on that and not see all of the other pieces around it moving. And yeah, the fact, Edwin, that whoever follows you afterwards, you know, I did find it both funny and very cool that the game allows you to be a massive knob as well. Not just to the people coming after you, but to the world. It kind of embraces that thing of like, you know, if you try and railroad a player too hard, they'll rebel against it. And so with Tides of Tomorrow, they actually built that in. They acknowledge that it's a thing that people do. The fact that when the person that you find out is being a bastard behind the scenes gives you one of those, like, you know, you must choose, what do you think is more important? The person or the... Oh, thank you. You know, you must choose between the group or the person. Do you choose nature, do you choose humanity, or do you choose yourself? And you can just go, I choose. That was inspired. Anyway, what does this have to do with Rainworld? Rainworld is not a story of moral, you know, black and white. Rainworld doesn't ask you to choose between the world of Rainworld and, you know, the importance of, you know, the self. The slug cats are slug cats. Like cats, they have their own world, their own ideas, their own agenda. You know, the gourmand is just about eating tasty food. That's it. The survivor's just trying to get back to, you know, the squad. The world of Rainworld was shaped by the choices of the iterators, you know. Pebs was so obsessed with the idea of ascension, this thing that he was made to give to others but denied himself, that it drove him not mad, not evil, but it drove him to be callous. It drove him to seek his goals at any and all cost. And that almost completely killed Moon. But then the wheel turns, and eventually when you see Pebs at his lowest, it is heartbreaking, even though he's the reason the rain of Rainworld pours and destroys. He's the reason the rot's there. All because of his obsession of the thing he was denied. Thank you. Grilled cheese. You know, you can't just... I joke about it, but Pebs isn't evil. And things like, he didn't make the hunter. That wasn't his fault. And I forget the iterator who did, because my brain is all grilled cheese right now. But the iterator who did, you know, didn't make the hunter, you know, bad on purpose. Oh, that is actually a door. Okay, I'll come back to that. You know, they made the hunter quickly to save Moon. Which iterator made the grilled cheese? That would be Light of My Heart. So yeah, I think that's one of the places where Rainworld excels. And we were talking about this when we were nattering with Andrew, but a lot of people didn't get the Watcher kind of off the bat because it's not about the iterators, it's not about Moon and Pebs and those stories. But it is about the Echoes, or, you know, the world that came before. Like, I guess everybody calls them Spinning Top now, but, you know, the Echo that we've been following around should never have happened. Verdant says, Will, have you had Slugcat grilled cheese? I've heard it's good, but I don't eat meat, so I wouldn't know. Surprisingly chewy. Kind of like the red meat calamari thing going on. It's really odd. And XO, Watto, and welcome. Enjoy racing a giant robot in a car. And good to hear. Remember, friends, in this house, we do not pre-order. It does not help the devs. It only helps the advertising money people. Yeah. And I know Tesla Coil, we've talked about this, but it's like there's loads of things in this that eschew the usual like good evil renegade paragon video game scale, which I appreciate. You know, Pebs does harm, but ultimately it all comes back around. You know, the echoes are not villains trapped in an endless cycle and cursed. They're just people, and people who were proud, and people who were happy, and you know, people who couldn't let go. And that's not inherently bad, but it meant that they never fully ascended. They just kind of got stuck halfway. Does anyone mind if I talk about the endings of The Watcher that we've seen? I just thought I'd give everybody a... Baron, what you're smelling is damp slugcat. And the undertones is slow-cooked pork shoulder with fresh pineapple. How you doing? I'm making food. Little Fire made us grilled cheese, and it's fucking great. And Wolfus, wishlisting a game helps the devs, costs nothing, does good. Pre-ordering a game, you spend the money before it comes out, and so the success of a game before its launch is not attributed to the dev team, it's attributed to the marketing. Hot damn, Baron. Hot damn. I've wanted to try and emulate like a grilled styled mac and cheese. Like I say, like a baked mac and cheese with like fresh bacon and stuff in for a little while. But mac and cheese is kind of like one of my emergency, shit, I forgot to get food meals. Okay, no one has said no. They don't mind me talking about at least the first couple of endings to The Watcher, so I'm gonna. The little echo that we've been following around, as you know, is a kid. Now, I don't remember if we're told specifically what happened to them, but they were ascended, but way too young. You know, the void fluid was applied to them, and they were supposed to ascend, but they're a child. They don't have a grasp on the wheel, and so they kind of ended up as an echo, but more so, they weren't an echo anchored to where they are. They were an echo because they don't know enough to know how to ascend. To them, this, you know, all of time and space is kind of squished together, which is why they're everywhere and kind of back and forth. And Caffeine, what's her, welcome. And because they take a shine to you, that irreversibly changes who you are, the Watcher, right? So the Echo kind of fucks up your shit. You can't just go back to your home, or at least for as far as we've played. And jumping between points in time, dimensions, it's not fully stated, but those holes that you punch through, they have an effect. You know, the rot of the Prince of Rot is spread through those portals, like an infection. But the Prince of Rot is just a creature trying to live. its goal is not to destroy all life, but, you know, it's just a hungry guy. Ow. It's just a little guy. So at least insofar as I saw it, yeah, he's just one good grilled cheese away from happiness. But yeah, so far as I saw it with, like, OG Rainworld, sorry, with OG Watcher, like, when you go through, oh shit, bed.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Virals! Virals, I fucked up. Oh no, okay. How are you doing, friend? What on welcome. Sorry I dragged you into my dungeon crawling obsession. Thank you for coming with on my dungeon crawling obsession. Come on. Ah, shit, got me. Oh yeah, no, we're not done yet. Me and Jess got to play some more Barony last night. We did good. We made it to a brand new region. But then, fuck sticks. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. My apologies. Those are more, I might have inhaled that Sani too quickly, hunger burps. Oh. But yeah, we managed to make it to, like, the Sand Pyramids region. But unfortunately, Jess's gremlin was starving. Darn it. Oh, that was a waste. So we had to try and jump one of the food shopkeepers, and it went about as well as you expect. And I had an almost very good run on my lonesome, but I accidentally procced a triple boulder trap, where I dodged the first boulder and was like, haha! The second boulder squished me, but I was like, alright, well, it's cool, because I can just come back to life. Ow. Because I had enough mana, and then the third boulder finished the job. And Exo, like, glad you're enjoying, was it Idle Revolution? After Horror Pallant, Idle games now, they now have to bring the thunder, otherwise I am extremely critical. Like, I know I've talked about this before, but between that and Berry Burry Berry, like, if someone's going to bring me an idle game, it's got to be good. But I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. My downtime is my current obsession with Barony, which I'd say Little Fire is probably suffering the most from. Bye. Yeah, he can't swim, so he's fucked. Come on, little guy. You can make it. Almost there. There we go. In all sarcasm, idle or idle? Well, I know we talked about this earlier today, but Steam have solidified quite a few genre definitions, which I find quite fascinating. So, idle game and clicker have both been retired in favor of incremental, which I know we've been using here for a fair wedge, but it's just nice to see it get recognized, you know? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Thank you for letting me know. We've got to bring it in cozy. There we go. There we go. And Wolfos, I'm glad you enjoyed it. You know, I try to make sure that, like, stream-wise, I'm picking stuff that everybody's going to enjoy. So when it comes to something like Barony or Arena or something that would be very just, you know, for my benefit alone, you know, I try and make sure that that's just a Will's night off kind of thing. There we go. Ooh. Poor little drowned slug cat. But the other one is Steam has officially recognized Bullet Heaven as a genre. Do with that information what you will. I don't know, and XO, it's not that like Idle Revolution or anything like that is going to stop being called that. It's just the genre is no longer idle game, at least as far as Steam is concerned. But they also got rid of things like, you know, great narrative and, you know, they got rid of stuff like subjective descriptors. I know where this is, and you can't do that to me. But yeah. You've heard of squirrel with a gun? Now get ready for slug cat with a brick. You know. Fuck. Fuck sticks. Okay, here we go. Where in the absolute fuck are we? Okay. Oh, sorry. The TLDR on that was just that my current obsession is trying to clear Barony. I've roped in Virals and Little Fire, and probably going to do something like, you know, invite like a guest dungeon crawler the next time we try and do it. Oh, this fucking bit. Alright. Now for this bit, really do wish me luck. I hope there's no nightmare creatures down here. No. It took me so long to get here. A 161 deaths. Here I go again on my own. I'm a tiny little slug cat on my own. Only 8 more to go to the funny number. That's the sex number. But what are we going to do when we hit that? Sorry. Just set Vern off. Oh, Caffeine, did you see the incredibly cursed object that I have been given? Dude was still moving when I fucking stabbed him. Shit, stinks. I know what I gotta do. I don't know. Should take about 5 minutes, give or take some side rambles. Wow. What if, Simple Chaos, what if that was the moment when it all clicked and I became the Rain World? I became the master. Yeah, what about that, huh? Huh? That do anything for you? Make a death? Ooh. Are you asking me if I think I can survive more than 5 minutes for 9 deaths? That feels unfair. I mean, Simple Chaos, I ask your patronage and your support, but I'm not here to take your money. That would be mean. Oh, speaking of mean, fucking mean girls are here. Be careful with melons because they can drown me. Okay, hopefully this is good and not fucking bad. Okay, no, this could be worse. Oh, I absolutely hate this. Let's say theoretically, dear Simple Chaos, that there was something that resembled a wager. What would that even look like? Oh. That guy's making a run for it. Yeah, you can go feed whatever creatures of the Nightmare Deep are lurking below. Okay. It's just a little slug cat swim. Just a little guy, he's just doing a little slug cat paddle. Piece of cake, cup of chips, fish and tea, England. Little snack. Happy spear. And there we go, see? Yeah, as soon as Simple Chaos is like, care to make a bet? I'm like, time to lock in. Slug cat mode, engage. Nah, Simple Chaos, there'll be plenty of time for chaos. Oh, and I did tell Little Fire about you returning to Project Silverfish. Go Schneef Team 7. Maybe we should start doing applications for Schneef Team 7. Swallow a giant bug. It's kind of weird to me that lightning bugs can swim. Waiting for the fucking... Okay, sorry, I'm just waiting for the anglerfish to pop up below us and scare the fuck sticks out of me. Didn't manage to get the jet lizard in his jet, but you know. Sorry, I'm just getting a bit higgledy-piggledy over here. Where are we? What are we doing? Metal Gear. The lolly lay low. I was pondering this the other day. I think the modern equivalent of the Desert Island discs might be the Forever Stream game. Colonel, that ninja was Grey Fox. Because there's this weird thing, I wouldn't say I'm obsessed with it, right? I get obsessed with a lot of different like concepts around art and games and media and stuff, but like streaming games is not divorced from playing games, but there is like there's an elemental difference, right? That is a Texas-sized meep. That is a Texas-sized meep. Just like that grenade. Okay, I can take myself out if I need to. Okay, so we're not going that way. Sorry, what I was gonna say.
I'm so concerned about some of my kitchen appliances and their social anxiety. I kept trying to help, but all they could manage was a little microwave.
Bunch, thank you for the 200. Our toaster died this weekend. Yeah, this feels kind of like I'm teasing a Leviathan, which is always a great idea and never ends badly. Thank you for 200, friend. How you doing? Working hard or hardly working? But no, I was thinking about this thing because, as I'm sure you're aware, like, loads of people end up streaming full-time for a myriad of different reasons. But sometimes... Ian Feathers, it's been a million years, what and welcome. We're rain welding. I was just going to say that, you know I'm very, very lucky, right? He says throwing bricks at a Leviathan. But a lot of people get into streaming and YouTube and then end up succeeding not in the way they thought. And sometimes it's from playing a game they never expected to be their, like, only game. And what I find fascinating is that sometimes those people, they have to make their own fun. So, like, for example, I thought it quite fascinating that there are a lot of Sea of Thieves streamers that have to kind of, quote-unquote, make their own fun. The only way I can go is either through the lizards in the water or the Leviathan. I think the Leviathan is slower. God. Like how I'm a Rain World guy. Oh, Wolf Eyes, I definitely... I'm lucky that I get to play a lot of different things. I'm a talker. Oh no, I have to talk to people every day about the games industry and video games and how much I love games. However will I cope? Anyway. I'll just check these lizards to see if they've moved, but I think I'm going to have to try and... I'm going to have to try and psych out that fucking... Oh, I know what I can do. As long as he doesn't turn around. Oh. god, watch him grab that fucking... Okay. Okay, Google. How unshit jeans? But yeah, I think about how when your job is also playing a game specifically, not as a tester, but as a performer, how eventually the game turns. Another one that Jess and I would talk about at great length, because it does kind of apply to, or at least I would say it applies a lot to people who play things like Dead by Daylight, very multiplayer-centric titles and things like that. Okay, Google. How shit other person's jeans? Quickest route. Reddit. Have I just found a back door into the Coral Highway? Am I in trouble? I might be in massive trouble. But yeah, so this kind of leads to my question. So not the Desert Island game, like what's the one game... What's the one game you would play if you were stranded on a desert island? Mine is, if streaming had to be your profession, what is the one game you think you could stream and stay sane? So we're talking minimum 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, one game. Because like there was one gentleman I used to follow. I haven't caught his stuff because he's on European times, but he does Alien Isolation. And yeah, Alien Isolation, it's a fucking great game. But he plays it all day, for a day. Like, that's dedication, Holmes. Hopefully I'm not too low down. But yeah, what do you think is the one game that you could stream daily? Because again, I'm spoiled. Thanks to you lot, I get to do different things on the daily. I've got this today, tomorrow is like cool, fun, comedy, indie games. Oh, I can't get up there. Simple chaos. Let's say stream and not lose your mind. Because in this instance, we're also assuming that whatever forces control this universe has made that game and your style of doing it smushed together. Barons would be Don't Starve, Michelle. Jamamis would be Age of Empires 2. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. Don't even worry about it. Don't worry, this is part of the plan. That should not have worked. That's the problem with being such an amazing legend is, I just keep winning. If anyone would like me to sign an autograph at the end of this stream, I'd be more than happy. The Simple Chaos. How's that not badly made taste? Oh, Barons would be Cult the Lamb. Yeah, I can see that. Because you've got multiplayer, you've got things to throw in. You know. I know it doesn't count. I will say doing Total War stuff back in the day was great because so many different campaigns and shit. Factorio was a good one. Psychedelic. Yeah. If I had to pick one now, assuming I could get it working, Total Annihilation, but most likely, I don't know, maybe, well, if it wasn't riddled with AI stuff, again, like, oh, this feels like a trap. Nearly fucking died. That would have been a cry scream. That would have been cry, scream, and throw up. All at once. Okay, so Simple Chaos was saying if it was single title Halo Reach, good shout. I definitely played a lifetime's worth of it. Otherwise, Dragon Age as a whole. Okay. Because what's fascinating about it, right, is you'd think picking something multiplayer would be the go-to move. But eventually you would skill out, you would become the best. You know, 1,000 Monkeys and all that. And that's what's so fascinating when you, like, watching some of the full-time Sea of Thieves people. They're so good at what they do, but the world offers them no threat. Oh, okay, I'm gonna try and get this fucking melon. At least down here. Now, you were saying I need to, like, power bomb onto it. And maybe grab it? Let's see if we can do it. How my slug cat got concussion. I fucking did it! Dota, Dice, everybody. That is the first time I've ever successfully grabbed that melon. Not a euphemism. I'm actually going to save, just so we can keep that on file. Okay. I mean, Simple Chaos, I loved the Dragon Age franchise. I actually haven't had a chance to play through Veilguard though. But, like, it shouldn't be as controversial a thing to say as, I liked Dragon God. I like Dragon Age 2. But even with the reused dungeons and stuff like that, I still love... soon, froggy little bastard. Oh. If that frog wasn't already a rampant twat, I would feel bad about him getting eaten alive by leeches. But to quote the seminal musical Chicago, he had it coming. Oh, this one. Yeah, if any of you have like claustrophobia or that one of like cave diving and shit, this area sucks. It was also the first time I got introduced to the frogs was in here.
Blood and acid reflux. Okay. Sure.
But yeah, I really appreciated Dragon Age, because at a time when everything was going to be the next big franchise, i.e. it was going to be like, you know, everything was going to be a trilogy, everything was going to be a huge affair, you know, before everybody moved into, you know, everything is going to be the next Marvel universe. Dragon Age kind of said, it's not about, you know, one hero saving the world. It is the world that you take with you. Actually, Simple Chaos, I don't know if we talked about this already, but that makes so much sense, because Dragon Age 2 is Varric's retelling of the events. You know, if you've not played... Hey! Restless Roots, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. We're talking about Dragon Age, and I'm trying not to die, as one is in the habit of doing in a Ren world. Oh god. Jamami, go get some sleep. Have a lovely rest of your evening, and yeah, I look forward to your Age of Empires streams in the future. And yeah, so Fred, this is actually one I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on. If you found yourself suddenly tasked with streaming full-time, 5 days a week, minimum 6 hours a day, what would be that? Okay, sorry. The question was, what one game could you stream only full-time? You know, kind of like a Desert Island Discs question. You know, you've been given some kind of carte blanche, allowing you to just do that. But it can only be one game. What game do you choose? Because like a lot of the time people don't actually get to choose. You know, the universe chooses for them. One friend, very talented individual, ended up stuck with Genshin for a good while, just because, you know, they were kind of broke when, you know, Breath of the Wild was doing gangbusters and decided to give it a go. You know, before all the AI voice nonsense and things like that, when, you know, when we were mostly talking about Genshin in a favour of what is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oh, okay, it's with the weird weeds. Alright, we're alright, we're alright. And yes, Virals, this is the DMG 01 Game Boy Classic remix mashup Rain World. Ran Waldo. Not a lot of people know that. So, I'm gonna rest here. Fuck that guy. So we have Downpour Planet, Precipitation Globe. Okay. Shit. Did I get all the way to cold storage? I don't want to do that. Drizzleland. The Light Shower Tower. This guy. Yeah, get fucked. The void rains upon this slug cat. Why do I feel like we did this run so many times last time? Cloudburst Ball. Intergalactic Broly needed planet. Oh, we're on. Hey, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What do you mean, egg, egg, egg? What do you mean? This way? Yeah, we do. Hey, am I making my life significantly more difficult than it needs to be? It's all to eat as well. Okay. Yeah, once that bastard is active though. No, no, please don't. I like this. I like this. Okay, okay. Okay, we're getting close. Oh, you know we swim out. Swear to God, if I get snacked on while I'm trying to have a conversation with an echo, I would cry. I can't scream, but I'll cry. Hello? Are you lost? No, I'm trying to find you. Yes, well, I am lost. Okay, sorry. I just wanted to make sure I got this. Good thumbnail. Ooh, okay. Oh, fuck you, Glenn. Oh, look at me. My name is Glenn, and I'm so fetid. Fucking Glenn. Fucking Glenn is fucking Glenn face. Fucking Glenn all over the place. What the fuck is this? We have gone for probably about an hour, maybe longer. We've survived trials and tribulations and nightmares and horrors, but that's where I die? It's not fair. Okay. Look, I really appreciate that when you have the narrative interactions now with the echo, it kind of keeps you in one place. But the fetid Glen, if I remember rightly, is hella infected, like from the jump. Hello, friends. You're blue now. Okay, these guys like me, which is good, because fighting them tends to be a... Oh yeah, no, this place is riddled. Thank you. Apparently these guys actually really like mushrooms. Okay. In the event that anybody starts shit, well, we've got more than enough explosives to end them and us, really. Okay. Fucking bugs, man. Okay, I do not need Mama Newt Newt on my ass. I have not touched your babies. I don't give a shit about you babies. I just want to eat enough moth bats. I can have a nap. Oh. Why me? Alright. No. I'm not happy about that. Oh shit, we got dinner.
Welp, off to bed. A wager's a wager. Anyways, the reality is an illusion, the universe is a hologram, buy gold by EE.
Wait, are you quoting Bellamy? Simple chaos. Sorry, I can't screech the full extent of my lungs. Seriously, you fucking legend, thank you. Like, you get that, right? That's a very huge deal. He says falling down when he's supposed to be. Simple chaos on top of everything else that you've thrown in today. Like, $50 is so much. Thank you. Glad that I could impress you all with my 6 skills. A reward for my skillful play of Mist's Terrarium. Okay. Thank you. Alright. Yeah. Fred, it is hard. It is hard. Oh, and Fred, what was your only stream game? Thank you, Simple Chaos. Get some sleep to be continued. No, so Fred, if you had to make your career only streaming one game, what game would you pick? You know, you know what it is? Everyone was doing the whole pickle memes earlier, and I was handling it all fine. But I don't know. You know, those are time lizards. Oh crap. Sorry, we've got a lot of weird things all happening at once. I'm just feeling everything suddenly, immediately. And there's 2 time lizards. These are lizards that use like a... They have a time field around them. And that's their protection method. Rest is a similar question I have to ask. What game would you be trapped in full dive style like Sword Art Online? Either Final Fantasy 15 or I'm gonna say Monster Hunter World, not Wilds, for the food. Like, even if you just go on easy hunts all the time, you have enough money to afford incredible food and talking cats for friends. Put his face off like in that movie Face Off. I guess Restless Roots, I was thinking of like the quality of life angle rather than like sanity. Now, I don't know if these guys still do the thing where touching their skin fucks you up. Fred, I didn't realise that until you said it, and now I'm just like, yeah, let's go. Also, these smoke bombs are new, and I have no idea what they do. Except for a little slug cat pod. See, my only hesitation of choosing Pokemon in your question, Restless Roots, is because how would the food be? Like, I think that's the important one. Cool. I feel like a little rebel slug cat here with my smoke bomb. Please tell me you saw that dodge, everybody. I dodged the ricochet off of the pink lizard, dodging a mimic there. And the only reason I survived is because of that big green. The drop, we're getting caught by the bees. This is so good. Look, I understand we're about to have something horrible happen to us because that's just how Rain World be. But it's nice to see the ecosystem fucking them as much as us. Now, oh, you just died. Okay. I guess the only other thing is, do we add log horizon rules? I.e., if the world has ingredients, you can cook them with knowledge from outside of the world. Yeah, Rissa's Roots, to quote BDG, I miss salt. Fuck it, going down. No. This is hell. I'm in hell. I'm in actual hell. This is the worst. Little buddy, there's an air pocket right there. Right there, little guy. Okay, so this is new. Fred said, I'm pretty sure the flavour nutrient-rich sludge you're fed in Armored Core would be yummy. Look, I fully accept that most giant robot media is fucking cool and that any universe that supports giant robots as an industry or what have you would be fucking miserable to live in. Come on, buddy, you're almost there. Nope, that's death. Oh, fucking hell. Has there, okay, is any of the Rainworld squad in? Has there always been a fucked up underwater region under Fetid Glen? Because, one, this is a nightmare, but two, what the fuck? What the actual fuck?
I don't quite understand what you're supposed to be pressing on. What do you mean?
Oh, my word.
The answer then. I think this is a little too. Is this something where I'm overthinking it here? Because.
Oh, my word. Sorry, I just kind of. Everything just kind of hit at once there for a sec. You know what's fucked up? You know what's really just hit me? Is this fucking movie. Sorry. To those you weren't here earlier. So, our good friend and, I guess, facilitator of merchant mischief, Verdant Flow, gave me this. This is a DVD copy of The Legend of Chung-Li, unleashed and unrated. It's bad. It's possibly, it's not just one of the worst video game movies, it's one of the worst movies of all time. Verdant Flow went out of their way to acquire this and get it to me so that we might like suffer together. And you know, I spend so much time panicking and freaking out and worrying, and then you're just like, bet. Let's keep this dingus around. Just thank you all for being awesome. Alright. Oh, sorry, there's Rain World disappearing. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna give probably like a little, maybe another life or two. We'll see what we can find around New Fetid Glen. Fetid Worsera Glen. And then I think I'm going to need to bring our adventures to a close because I'm basically just going to be a crying mess in a bit. Yeah, and Restless Roots, I highly recommend that as a... Well, okay. If you're a Star Wars fan and you enjoyed The Last Jedi, then yeah, you need whatever your substance of choice is. Beer, soda. Oh, cool, Nightmare Spider. Oh, I'm fucked. Oh. Okay. Okay. Anukari, we actually should have a Mountain Dewit, followed by a Force Count Dooku Baja Blast. Okay, friends, I know I said I was going to give it another couple of lives, but I really have hit the wall. Congratulations, Simple Chaos, you managed to devastate a person with feelings. I am going to cry in the tub. So please, friends, don't go anywhere. I'm going to throw you all at yeeted philosophy across the room to... Ooh. Little Flyer is currently playing a game called Malpraxis, as in like praxis points. So, if you all have anything to say or comment or talk about for today, just say so now. I don't have to leave right this second, but that last death was very silly, and I'm just... I'm sorry, I'm such a worry, and I'm sorry. I just keep going. Blip, 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 blip. I fucking love doing this. I love talking with you all. I love playing Rain World and Blueprints, and I like it when I get to play fucking shooters with you lot. I love sharing weird shit and talking about the games industry, and yeah, Wolfos, I'll talk about business fish. If you weren't there for it, I guess because your sub's pretty new. When I first started playing Blueprints, I really loved it. And sometimes when you're streaming games, you go kind of past the point of exhaustion without taking a break, and you start to loop into that. You know when you're sleep deprived and everything becomes a bit funny? Instead of getting to that state from exhaustion, you get to it from over streaming. And so I finally get the aquarium, and there's just this big fucking fish. And for some reason, this is the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen, and I just keep laughing. I'm like, and because he's swimming around an aquarium that's decorated like an office, I'm like, oh shit, it's business fish. I could not stop laughing. So, hang on a sec. I gotta show you this. My long-suffering girlfriend, Little Fire, who we're going to be raiding into in just a second, made me this. It is a cuddly business fish. He's got little business shorts. It's so fucking good. Oh, Fred, I see you ratting me out, you bastard. Okay. Just thank you all so much. I hope you had fun watching Rainworld today and talking about games and everything in between. Okay? Yeah, he's got a great face. They definitely went to business school. Okay, so I'm going to roll credits now, and we're going to raid into Little Fire across the room. Just thank you all. Thank you for your support, your patronage, and for dealing with a worrying, over-panicked Ginger on the fucking daily. Thank you. And to that end, the following folks, thank you for throwing in, like, cash money dollars so that this keeps going. Thank you. Oh. So, to Not a Werewolf, Midori Tamago, Luigi Advance, Generic Account, Who's a Great Boy, or Who's a Great Boy. No, I like Who's a Great Boy better. Yuichi something, Coco Horror, Rizky Business, Wet Paint Gaming, Sean in the Morning, Delicis, Brandland, Spice Chipmunk, Fixed Thighs Save Lives, and they do. Fangoriously, Margin Walker, Tesla Coil and Virals, whether you were celebrating long sprees or first time or tagged by House Carl, thank you. To Simple Chaos, Jackie Foxbutt and Scotty, you all threw in donations, which will save my ass, and I can use that to buy groceries now. J-Post, Scotty, Eriman, Shitaru, Simple Chaos, Akari, Divershi, Numbers, Layoshi, Puns, Wolfcrad, Vanderbeest and Mental Monk, and you all put in bits, which is just as good. 1 million fucking thank yous, okay? Restless Roots, you continue to be the person who does the most raids of any single individual here at the Longship, which makes you a fucking legend. And also to the whole mod squad, to Caffeine, to Moose, to Tal, Nova, like, fucking thank you. Right. So yeah, time to pass you all over. Little Fire is currently playing what looks like a forensic detective game, and it looks really good. It's one I hadn't seen before, so I'm kind of more than a little bit jelly. So yeah, we can go be helpful detectives. But yeah, thank you all for such a wonderful fucking day.
Great. I can do it this way.
Yeah. Whatever mischief you get up to if you're not coming with, I hope you have a lovely rest of your night. Otherwise, yeah. It's time for some mysteries to solve. Whoopaka. Where's the button? Where's the button? Ah, here is the button.
You did that.